What up, world? This is Sam and Seth's live NFL draft recap. We got our beers, we got our mock draft, we got the beautiful 56-inch screen TV, which we'll be viewing and watching everything that's going live. This is a really exciting time because, as Seth, you can obviously relate. We're big sports people, and if you couldn't tell, Dallas, Indy, got the Dallas pillow, got the Zeke Elliott beer cover. And you know what? This is just a really exciting time because we've missed sports. We haven't figured out what to do with ourselves without sports. And quite frankly, we're super thrilled that there's something to even talk about. So with the NFL draft happening tonight, we thought it was a great idea. My brother Seth has implemented a ticker. He's got our Twitter handles following us. So it's going to be a really cool time, and we're really excited to talk about it. And now, Seth, I was just talking you off air, if you will. The number one pick, Cincinnati, and number two, Washington, they aren't trading their picks. So is it fair to say, in your opinion, the two top players, Chase Young and Joe Burrow, or Joe Burrow and Chase Young will go 1 and 2 consecutively?
I mean, I can't see any other options for 1-2. I mean, don't get me wrong, we have a deep draft. But these
It is a
two
deep draft for
are
sure.
the players that can come in and just change an entire organization.
Yeah.
We're talking about generational talents. Chase Young is an absolute beast. Joe Burrow, I mean, you can look at his resume; it speaks for himself. And yeah, it's really exciting. We're gonna also have a bunch of people come on throughout, which is also really cool.
Yeah, that's really exciting. We're gonna have people joining in on us, giving us their insights, talking about their team, talking about who they think their team should pick, but really just getting the whole community involved and really, banding through this quarantine time. I think one thing that we've all learned is that we have to grow as a society, and getting people in, whether it was a Zoom call or FaceTime. That's one way to do it. We thought it was a great idea to implement and get some of our friends on the air. But this is obviously, such a huge, huge time in the world with everything going on, to kind of just sit back, relax, grab yourself a beer or two. That's what we'll be doing throughout the first draft, and really enjoy a night of sports.
And look, this is all just about having fun. We are huge football fans, and we wait for the draft all year, every year, besides the Super Bowl. But now, given the current environment, this is just something for us. It's a really fun thing to do. We're really excited. There might be technical difficulties. We are very new to this, but we're just having fun, and we're just excited to talk about football with our friends, with each other, which we do pretty much all the time.
All the time.
So
And
gonna
whether
be
it's
great.
playing Madden or just going on FanDuel or DraftKings, and actually doing a live thing, I'll give you guys a little tidbit of who my top 10 picks are actually that I've set up. So I got, I'll do mine first, and Seth can chime in with his thoughts. But number one, you got to go with the player of the year. You got to go with Joe Burrow out of LSU, the quarterback, who was just phenomenal. I mean, I was at Real Sports for the national championship game between LSU and Clemson, and it was an electric atmosphere. There were people from LSU fans, there were people from Clemson fans, and really, when Trevor Lawrence started going well early on, and Joe Burrow was struggling, people were starting to wonder how this guy was able to produce. But we saw in the game against Ohio State, this is a guy who, in the biggest games, Ohio native. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer to go number one, leading his team to the national championship, and winning the game's MVP as well. Smoking that cigar after, just looking like an absolute boss. I honestly said, we talked about this a little bit, but I don't think there's been a better QB prospect to come out of college since Andrew Luck with the Stanford back then.
I completely agree with that. And it's just really at this point where there's been a lot of speculation, does he want to go to Cincinnati? So it's going to be really cool to see how that unfolds. But I think absolutely no brainer, Joe Burrow number one.
Well, and the other thing is they re-signed AJ Green. They gave him the franchise tag. So it's not like he's going to be throwing to nobody. You're going to have one of the best wide receivers when healthy. Obviously didn't play it down last year, but a guy who was able to make big plays, really stretch the field vertically, make those really tough catches on the sidelines. And Joe Burrow had a bunch of those players, Justin Jefferson, Thaddeus Moss in LSU. Now you're going to get a premier wide receiver, and that's what we all believe is going to go number one. So I think that's definitely a good fit. He's an Ohio native. I think all this talk, Seth, of people really thinking Joe Burrow, does he want to go there? There was a rumor yesterday, Miami trying to get that QB, who I will talk to you a little bit later on about who I think they're going to take. But I think this is a great time for Cincinnati Bengals to be relevant again. I mean, you've got a division with Lamar Jackson, who is obviously the reigning NFL MVP, just lighting up the league. You got Pittsburgh, might have kind of hit a bit of a roadblock, even though the defense was phenomenal last year. Where's Ben Roethlisberger going to be this year? Is he going to be playing? How healthy is he going to be? And then you got the Cleveland Browns, who, I had them to make the playoffs last year, and they let us all down. And, they made a couple moves in the offseason. Austin Hooper, obviously Tyler Conklin, getting that to really protect Baker Mayfield. But in this division right now, there's definitely going to be some competition when you add in a guy like Joe Burrow. And talk about competition. I don't think the compete level of Chase Young can be matched by anyone in the league. This is a guy who dominated for the Ohio State, led the team with 16 and a half sacks, actually led the college football league with 16 and a half sacks. That's more than Nick Bosa, who went second overall last year with the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, talk about a pure edge rusher. I mean, my mind starts thinking about Khalil Mack and Von Miller and what those guys are able to do on a Sunday. I think this is what exactly could be the same for Chase Young. And going to a team like Washington, when you have quarterbacks like Daniel Jones and Dak Prescott and Carson Wentz who are all mobile, you're going to need a fast, electric edge rusher to really contain that pocket.
And having an edge rusher is so important right now in football, right? I mean, we saw with San Fran. Obviously, they built around, but when they got Nick Bosa, it was a huge game changer. It literally changed the entire dynamic of their defense. So in the football time that we're in right now, where quarterbacks like Patrick Mahomes can not only run 50 yards, but he can throw it 80 yards, you need to have pressure. So I think Chase Young, wherever he lands, even if he goes first overall, like and you're a Cincinnati fan, like you're happy with that. This guy is changing the immediate culture of that defense wherever he goes.
And well, let's not forget their biggest offseason addition was bringing in Riverboat Ron, the head coach of the former Carolina Panthers. This guy is a defensive-minded coach, and bringing in a guy like Chase Young is really going to set the tone for that team. And you also have another great player in Ryan Kerrigan that is also able to come in from the other end. So you put those two together, and I gotta tell you, like as being a Dallas Cowboys fan, as you can see, I'm pretty worried about that. As good as our offensive line is, we lost Travis Frederick. I mean, this is two ends that you don't want to meet with, and having a guy like Chase Young and Ryan Kerrigan coming from both sides is definitely going to put some pressure.
No, absolutely. If you're a Cowboys fan, you don't want Chase Young in your division. That's for sure.
All right. Number 3 pick, the Detroit Lions. Will they trade it? Will they keep it? I think they keep it, and I think they get Jeff Okudah out of Ohio State Buckeyes. I mean, if you've seen his story, the resilience and the fortitude that this guy had to come back and deal with what he had to deal with to become a top corner in college last year. This is a team, the Detroit Lions, that need a fill at that cornerback position after letting Darius Slay get traded, or I guess let Darius Slay. Darius Slay wanted out. But moving on from Darius Slay to get a guy like Jeff Okudah, that's a good victory. I mean, you're saving money on the salary cap, and you're adding a cornerback who has the potential to play man-to-man. He can play that press coverage. I really like what I saw from him last year in Ohio State. Obviously, one of the top teams in college football. And I think what Jeff Okudah will bring to Matt Patricia, who added Jamie Collins at the linebacker position, who has that defensive mindset. Also, I think this is going to be a really good opportunity for a team that likes to blitz the quarterback. You're going to have to play man-to-man, and having a guy like Jeff Okudah go up against quarterbacks, wide receivers in your division like Thielen, like Devontae Adams, you're going to really be tested. And I think Jeff Okudah is a guy that's going to really help them there.
I disagree with Sam. Don't get me wrong. I think Jeff Okudah is a great cornerback, and he is a top 5 talent. But when I think of needs, when I think of what Matt Patricia wants in his defensive system, I think of someone like Isaiah Simmons, someone that could be a general for your defense, that leads that entire defensive group, can make plays, whether it's passing, running, sideline to sideline. Like this is a beast, and I mean, I don't think you can really pass that up if you're Matt Patricia.
I think those are very fair points. Obviously, we're going to see if they even keep that pick at number three. Number four, the New York Giants. I think that's a pretty uh, easy choice. I think they're going to go with offensive tackle Tristan Wirfs out of Iowa. I think he's the most pure offensive lineman in the draft right now. And to get a guy that's going to help Daniel Jones and help Saquon Barkley, this is a team that I've always believed, especially in football, you build from the lines out, whether it's the defensive line or the offensive line, because then you can work yourself around that. The Giants have some pieces on the offensive with Daniel Jones, with Saquon Barkley, with Golden Tate. A couple other guys that Sterling Shepard, a couple other guys that they're going to have to add, whether it's through this draft or through a trade. They're going to have to look at really helping that offense. But if you don't have time to make plays or there's not a lot of holes for Saquon Barkley to run through, how is that even going to be helpful? So I think you go with the best offensive lineman out of Iowa, Tristan Wirfs. He's my number four pick.
Yeah, I'm going with the same concept. I think they have to get some help on the line, especially with Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley can only do so much, and you need to have. Oh, it's really cool as you're seeing all the teams in their own
It's a
setup.
massive Zoom
It's a
call.
massive Zoom
It's all
call.
the general managers. Jerry Jones, not with his son Steven Jones, going to be doing this alone. So I don't know. We'll see. But if you're looking right now on ESPN or NFL, you're going to see a shot of all 32 teams and all their draft rooms, if you will. Uh,
And it's just going to be exciting to see how they do this. Like this is a completely new um, territory. We're all living in this unprecedented time. So to see the NFL, Goodell already in his office over
let's
there.
listen for a second. Who's going to be doing Roger Goodell? Did we just do?
Everyone's doing right now.
But
But he's saying something really nice.
yeah, but we should have a boo button. Just boo. I'm very curious to see if there's going to be any sort of campaign, if there's going to be any sort of technology follow. That to me is also going to be a little side note of how this is all going to run because no one's ever done this before. We've never done this before.
Yeah. There's already been a lot of concerns within, a lot of different types of owners and managers, but you just gotta hope that there is no tampering.
And we've seen videos on TikTok or YouTube of people jumping into Zoom calls. It's not that hard as long as you have the link. So how are they going to keep it privatized? How are they going to go through this? We're all here to join with everyone else that's watching this draft to see how this goes. This is going to be a very exciting time. I just wanted to round out my number five pick because we were talking about our top five. Miami Dolphins, who have three first round picks. They got one from Pittsburgh, obviously with Minka Fitzpatrick trade that happened middle of last year. And then at the beginning of last year, they got one from Houston with the Larry Tunsil deal. So they're going to have three picks. There was a talk about Harry Connick Jr. is now singing. This is also probably really nice. But number five, I got Tua Tagovailoa from Alabama going to the Miami Dolphins. I think the Dolphins need a franchise QB. They need people to fill up seats, even though the name's going to be the entire jersey. I think that a guy like Tua Tagovailoa, when he's healthy, even though he's a left-handed throwing quarterback, really haven't seen a lot of those lately. Matt Leinart was the last one I really remember. But he's a guy that obviously has the talent, has the capabilities. Major injury problems last year. Obviously, that was a tough blow for him. How is his draft going to be? What is his draft going to be like for Tua, who didn't really get to go into these facilities and have physicals? He had some really cool YouTube videos where he's showing what his strengths are, how he can throw the ball, his accuracy, and he looked pretty good. And I think this is a guy, if healthy, with Miami too, you could start Ryan Fitzpatrick for a couple weeks until he gets another injury. I'm assuming Ryan Fitzpatrick running to the goal line gets smoked by a linebacker. Then you bring in Tua, and then maybe he flourishes from there. You don't have to rush him right away. And I think that's really a good spot for Tua to go to the Miami Dolphins, who we saw one of my favorite players last year, Devontae Parker, a really emerging wide receiver who can really help them down the vertically. So I think Tua with Devontae Parker, and we'll see what they do with the other picks as well, what they can turn that into. Could definitely be a threat in an AFC East that is no longer Rob Gronkowski and Tom Brady filled. This is a division that is wide open. I think the Bills are still the front runner, but you get a guy like Tua Tagovailoa with Sam Darnold, and you'll see what Josh Allen's been doing. I mean, that is a very exciting division.
And I think the biggest thing when you talk, I completely agree. I think Tua is a natural fit for Miami. Miami hasn't had a winning culture since as long as I've been watching football, because I obviously wasn't watching football when Dan Marino wasn't there, and they just need a quarterback, and especially Tua coming from an Alabama culture, to really change, what people think of when they look at the Dolphins, because for year after year, it's just this team hasn't been able to figure it out. And I think, then went for Josh Rosen, that didn't work out. They had Fitzpatrick. The list goes on. But I think having someone like Tua is really someone that can change the entire dynamic of the team. And he's not going to come in and be like, let's try and get a good pick next year and do our best. He's going to come in and try and win, and that's his mindset. You hope that he comes back healthy and that injuries don't become a problem. But this is a guy that's incredibly talented. And I think he would be a really good fit for Miami. Like you mentioned, Devontae Parker, like there are certain pieces that you can start, building around. And they had a really good offseason. They got a lot of defensive players. So I think there is this changing tide for the Dolphins because of this draft with the 3 picks. Obviously, they gave a lot away to Houston. Houston, probably the worst trading organization in all of NFL.
Worst. Bill O'Brien, the worst.
Just stick to coaching, my guy. Like, I love it as a Colts fan, but Hopkins trade was just absurd.
Yeah, talk about the AFC South. The Jaguars gave away Jalen Ramsey last year. They lost 8. They traded AJ Boyd. They traded Calais Campbell. Leonard Fournette out. Ngakwe wants out. Leonard Fournette not out yet, but wants to leave. This is a pretty weak division right now, other than the Titans, who I think, obviously, with everything that happened with Indy last year, losing Andrew Luck, making some necessary moves, bringing in a guy like Philip Rivers to bring in that winning culture, bringing in Trey Burton, DeForest Buckner, I thought was probably the best undervalued trade, if you will. So this is a really exciting division in the AFC South, and I think the Indianapolis Colts with Frank Reich leading it is going to be a contender for many years. We'll see if they even go for a QB in this draft. A lot of talks about Jordan Love, maybe a later quarterback, or Jake Fromm out of Georgia. So a lot of possibilities for the Indianapolis Colts, who don't have a first-round pick this year after trading for DeForest Buckner, but you never know. They could trade into the first round.
So I love that trade. I loved everything about that trade. Look, having a top 15 pick in the draft is obviously amazing. But DeForest Buckner, a young, as we talked about how important having edge rushers are, this is something that the Colts haven't really had since Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis, and Justin Houston can only do so much. Also given the fact that Justin Houston is a little bit out of his prime, but you're now creating a contending. Like I watched every Colts game last year, and when you saw the woes on offense, I mean, at one point we had Marcus Johnson as our number one target, and it was really tough to watch. And Brian Hoyer was our quarterback. But anyways, it was our defense that was keeping us competitive. Darius Leonard, Nico Autry, Malik Hooker, Rocky Sun. We built this incredible young defensive core, and to throw DeForest Buckner, a guy who was not like he was nominated as the team MVP, like went to the Super Bowl in the NFC with the 49ers. So this is a guy that's going to immediately come in and just wreak havoc. So I love that trade. If the Colts do decide to, move up in the draft, that's obviously going to be exciting. But I think it was the right move for the organization. And you're basically getting with that pick an all-pro defensive lineman, young defensive lineman. So well done again, Chris Ballard. Well done.
Okay, well, we're about to get started. We're going to bring in our first guest quite soon. So stay tuned as we get excited and ready for the 2020 4-team version of the NFL Draft.
You will see that reaction. You will see that raw emotion. All 32 teams are also wired in with the head coach, the general manager, and the owner. Any one of those three people can actually make the selection for their team. And all teams will email or phone in their picks.
Email or phone in their picks. This is a new time.
Either or.
I can't get them on the phone, so I gotta send a quick email. Gmail. Let's do it. Number 5, Tua. I don't know his last name, out of Alabama. Oh, there's the Bengals viewing party. Oh, I love it. He's already got the Joe Burrow jersey one, dude. How awkward would it be if it wasn't Joe Burrow?
You're going to see a lot of people angry at home. You got to love football fans. Even during quarantine, they got their makeup and their outfit, and they're just ready.
Zach Taylor, he could be texting it in. This could be the first pick right here. I mean, I always think you have the first pick, you should make the pick within like 35 seconds. You know who you're taking. You know that you're not trading it, so make the pick already. Let's move on to the second and third pick and go from there.
Some things remain the same. First, the hunt. Really, that special one with the player when he's practicing is a big highlight for me. I find it on this objective that I still run. Instead, we'll find other ways to have fun virtually. Second,
I also think, in terms of like what he just showed, those video montages, there's no NHL players. Thank you, Mr. Batman. Basketball players. Thank you, Mr. Silver. NFL. Let's go!
Yeah.
Let's go! Here we go, Joe. I'm in your league and I'm ready to screw things up. Oh, there's the boom! Strand there too.
I
Boom!
think it's on Michael Strahan.
I
Right?
just said Strand was there.
Unreal.
Perhaps the best part of the draft is that it restores hope and generates optimism. Because every team gets better through the draft. So good luck to every team, and let's get it started. With John Ryan on it, we have the first ever virtual NFL draft is officially open.
All right, here we go.
Bengals are on the clock.
Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. Duke Tobin, Director of Player Personnel, and Zach Taylor, head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals. Obviously a rough year for the Bengals, who got that one lone win, very close to that 0-16 record. The Cincinnati Bengals struggles. Oh, there's the virtual fence.
Oh, that's
Oh.
too funny.
5th worst in NFL history, winning percentage. Longest active streak in the NFL, 29 seasons without a playoff win. We know all those years Andy Dalton. And this is a team that I don't even know what they're going to do with Andy Dalton. 4th number 1 pick in the last 30 seasons, tying most in the NFL during that span. And what have the Bengals done? They go right to Joe Burrow. who's waiting for a text or a call. You made a joke earlier today on Twitter saying, "Don't make fun of my haircut. All the barbershops are closed." I think we could all say that. You want to see my hair? You want to see Seth's hair? We're all in need of that haircut. But yeah, we're pretty excited to get this going. Joe Burrow definitely has some family ties. His dad played in the NFL, I believe. This is a guy who in 2014 was Mr. Football at the Athens High School in Ohio. I think it's also a great story that this is an Ohio-born kid going to an Ohio-based team in the Cincinnati Bengals. 39 pass attempts at the Ohio State Buckeyes before he goes to LSU. 16 touchdowns and 5 interceptions in 13 games in 2018. What a stud this guy is. The Burrow Bayou. Oh, what is it?
Some of these graphics we're gonna be in for a long one.
College season record, total offensive yards, total touchdowns, and total passing. He's reeling it all in. 2019, a Heisman Trophy winner. A 2019 national championship winner. And probably, is he going to get that? He misses the number 1 draft pick because I'm not sure if he's going to go. But I think we're all certain. It's a bait. It's a little a bait going on right there. They brought in Michael Irvin, Kurt Warner, Daniel Jeremiah, Mel Kiper, Booker McFarland's here. Absolutely hate Booker McFarland on Monday Night Football. I hope this guy gets replaced. Mel Kiper? Oh, where's Frank Orlando? Where's Mel Kiper? Let me tell you. I'll tell you. There's something to be said about Joe Burrow. Let's hear if my commentating is right. He started in the NFL. Then you go for Joe Burrow, and you realize I'm Mel Kiper. I've been doing this for 40 years. I know football. You're going to see that Joe Burrow is going to rejuvenate the Cincinnati Bengals. Mel Kiper. 0 interceptions. I'm Mel Kiper. Oh, there's Daniel Jeremiah. I love this guy. This guy knows football like insanely. It would be my dream job to be Daniel Jeremiah. Why does he have 7 minutes, the Bengals? Why are they on the clock for 7 minutes? Oh, did we take
8 minutes actually?
8 minutes. It should be a minute first overall pick.
Well, I guess you gotta field any last-second trades, right? Like, cause that's
no.
sometimes
They already
like
said they're not trying the first overall pick. You know who you're taking.
Yeah, I get the feelers.
It looks like we might be bringing in our first guest. We're gonna see what happens. If that happens very shortly, we'll keep you posted. And we're very excited to have people on the show, and we're really excited to get this thing going. So, we're already going. We're already about half hour into this football talk, but, getting people on the phone and, or getting people online and getting people to talk to us, I think that's going to be just an extra added bonus for this night's festivities. And, Seth, if you're Joe Burrow, this is what I've been thinking about the last few weeks, but if you're not just Joe Burrow, I should say, all the players that are going to be drafted, you're losing out on that experience. Obviously the draft was going to be taken in Las Vegas. That was going to be a huge moment. Going up, Roger Goodell mentioned, hugging all those, players that he needs. That's a huge moment for the players. They're not going to have that, and they're not going to recreate that. So definitely a crazy time. Definitely really, unfortunate for these players to not have that experience. But you could say that about everyone in the world. There's people in university who aren't able to finish their 4th year. People in high school who aren't able to go to their high school prom or go to graduation. So this is just one of the things that we're all living with as humans during 2020. And I think that the NFL is going to do its best by getting players on the phone and interviewing them. But this is obviously a very difficult time.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate for these guys because this is, these kids build their whole life to get to this moment. But at the end of the day, like, getting drafted to the NFL is all that matters. Doesn't, as long as you're able to be a part of this and start your career, and hopefully we'll have the career or the season, going on in October. That's really all that matters, right? So, and everyone being safe. But we do have our first person joining in.
Stu Wilson, how are you, buddy?
Good, Sari. How you doing, buddy?
Good. Let me introduce you to my brother Seth. Thanks for
man?
being our first guest on this quarantine live NFL draft. Where are you right now? How is everything? How are you doing?
Man, I'm doing well right now. I'm quarantining with my girlfriend up at her cottage. We've been here for 5 weeks now, over 5 weeks. So we're in beautiful Halliburton, Ontario. So
Unreal.
thanks for having me on, Seth and Sam. I appreciate it. I see you
Thanks
guys are
for
donning jerseys. I missed the memo, I guess. I was a little late to the punch.
Hey man, we're going full NFL zone. This is the only sporting event we might have for quite some time. So we got the beers, we got the jerseys on. We're ready to go.
Cheers to that. Let's go.
Cheers.
Cheers. Love it.
No, it's
First one.
truly a crazy time. I mean, it's just weird having live sports, I guess, back, and this is barely live. It's all virtual, right? But it's having nothing to watch and nothing new to talk about. I've been reading a lot of or a few articles here and there about the draft, so I got a few questions for you guys, and I want to get your opinion on them soon.
Bring them on. Bring them on.
Well, I talked to you about this a little earlier, Sam, but where's Tua going to go? I have the sneaky here's my thing. Here's my thing right off the hop. Detroit, and who was the fourth pick? Giant. They were both throwing it out there as like, we're open for business, so to speak, right?
Right.
Theoretically? Is that correct?
Yes.
So here's my thing. Who is going to potentially jump up and potentially mess with the Dolphins' game plan here? Because the Dolphins are taking a quarterback. I think
100%.
right?
But they have 3 picks. You might as well use the first one on a quarterback.
Man, is it the Chargers that jump to try and say we like Tua? But I could talk about Tua for a few hours with you guys. But I mean, first and foremost, question for you. Let's move it on to Seth. What do you think? Where's he going? Who gets him? What's going on?
Well, we were just talking about this earlier. I can't see Tua not landing in Miami. I mean, we see the Steelers, we hear about it. A really bold move would be Detroit, where they're just like Stafford. We don't know if he's going to be healthy in his career, and Matt Patricia wants to get his like Tom Brady type of quarterback.
Yeah.
But that's a bit of a stretch. Like it's really tough when you look at teams' needs and certain teams that went. Tampa Bay got Brady, and then you still have Winston, and you still have Cam Newton out there. So there's so many different variables to this that I think Miami's going to still be able to get their guy at number 5.
If everything stays the way it is in terms of I guess who has the picks where they are right now, everything goes. The Lions and the Giants keep their picks, and everything goes to plan. And Tua is still there on the board at 5. I think he goes to the Dolphins, but I mean, we'll see. I assume Joe Burrow got picked. My stream's kind of lagging here.
Joe Burrow is swept, but he's also holding a hat. Maybe it's a Cincinnati Bengal hat. Hold on.
Here we go.
Oh, I can hear it in your background.
Joe Burrow, LSU. Not even a hesitation. I was saying before, Stu, you came on, when you have the first overall pick and you're not trading it, you have to know that who you're taking by this point. So to take 6-7 minutes to just go, all right, maybe it's the email, maybe the internet connectivity wasn't as strong.
Yeah.
But the Cincinnati Bengals land their quarterback of the future, Ohio-born. There were some rumors early on that maybe he didn't want to go to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati would trade out. But when you have a prospect as good as Joe Burrow, it's hard to pass up on him. But going back to what you said about Tua, the question is how many teams really need a starting quarterback? And I could think about 5 or 6. So I think the Washington Redskins, who are up now on the clock right now, I don't think they take a quarterback, but they need a quarterback. I don't think Dwayne Haskins really is that kind of guy for them going forward. The Chargers you mentioned, I think, after letting Phillip Rivers go after 17 years, they got no one. They have these new jerseys. They need someone to inject some life in them. Miami Dolphins is also another one. And you can go down a few others and say, a couple other teams right now. Carolina gets Teddy Bridgewater, so they're okay. But I think those 3 right there would be the choices for Tua.
Man, and those, I mean, those are all great calls. But I'm almost, thinking, like, what if a team like New England or Pittsburgh or somebody who has an older quarterback is like, screw it, we believe in this guy? Because Tua was the best quarterback in college football for the last, like, basically since he came in for Jalen Hurts, I believe, in a championship game at one point.
Yes.
Or Jalen Hurts
So
would come in
was
for him, one of the two. And he basically put his mark on college football, and everybody's like, this guy's like the next big thing. He's a freshman this year, but just wait. And until he busted his hip on a really awkward hit, like, and literally broke his pelvis, like, and it sounds like that's recovered, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think you can make a fair argument even to this day that he might be a better quarterback than Joe Burrow long term. Although Joe Burrow has amazing stats that he put up, it took him 3 years to become a starter. Like,
they even just showed him in Ohio State in 2015 and him in LSU last year, and he was so polished, man.
Yeah, he had the hat. Of course he did.
No, he does. He controls it. He controls just everything so well. He calls plays. He does whatever he wants, and and they said that against, I think, we were just watching the broadcast, against top 10 teams, 22 tutties, no picks against top 10 teams in 7 games.
It's a winner. There's certain intangibles that you get see in quarterbacks. Obviously, no one saw that in Tom Brady, and they all made a mistake. But you can see it in this guy, especially in the big games. Like, he wants it.
Well, and Tom Brady didn't have a good scouting combine, right? And for Tua, he wasn't even at the scouting combine. So
there was no scouting combine.
Yeah, there was.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, there was. So, but Tua wasn't there. He was recovering, and he
was told, he was going to do private workouts, I think.
Right. So he did those private workouts, and he put that YouTube video out there. I mean, I was telling that to Seth before we got on live, was a guy like Tua. You see some of his videos. Obviously, there is some injury history. So how healthy is he? I mean, obviously, a team like Miami, I was saying, if you went there, you don't have to start day one. You go with Ryan Fitzpatrick and kind of just slowly but surely change Tua Tagovailoa. But this is a guy who he wasn't able to go into team's facilities. He wasn't able to get physicals. He wasn't able to. Teams have to do their due diligence and think, even if he's hurt, even if he's not 100% right now, this is a guy that we could see as a future quarterback and a franchise quarterback. So, Washington Redskins right now, their pick is in, their number 2 pick. And the other thing, if he goes to Miami, I was saying this earlier, now that Tom Brady's gone, I mean, the Patriots, they have the 23rd pick. So trying to trade up to get a guy like Tua is going to be a top challenge unless they use multiple firsts, including next year or a second, some crazy sort of draft package. I mean, I think Tua is going in the top 5. So that's going to be some sort of ask to get into that top 5. Even if the Detroit Lions and the Giants want to trade, how much are they willing to grab and give to not get a high-end prospect?
Man, yeah, it's so tough, and I don't know how much New England has necessarily when it comes to any kind of asset realistically, because I think everybody there is really, really good. You're not about to trade Gilmore or anybody of that nature who's like the best player on the team, but what would you have to do to trade up to get Tua? And honestly, the other question that comes into play is that, do you really believe in him to be that franchise quarterback with all the uncertainty with injuries, with his lack of running drills and doing things for teams and really scouting him correctly? It's like, do you truly believe in this kid to be that next Tom Brady, next Peyton Manning, even the next Russell Wilson? Like, even like,
And I think when you look at Tua, you kind of see like a Marcus Mariota. Like, there's a lot of similarities. And obviously we saw Marcus Mariota just lost his job to Tannehill.
Yeah.
But I think, and I mentioned this to Sam earlier as we've been streaming, but when you come from Alabama, there's this culture that you are a part of that is just about winning.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that teams really look for, especially when it comes to the Dolphins, who have been just a laughing organization for the past fucking decade. And so I think it's really important for them to have a quarterback that wants to come in and win. And no matter how bad they are, they're going to play and try and score every time he has the ball.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's like, can the Dolphins win right now, or do you have to sit him for a year and truly let the team continue to develop, maybe be bad again, get him an offensive line? I have no idea what their offensive line looks like. I'm a I'll be honest right now. I'm a casual NFL fan. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but what does their O-line look like? Because look at Andrew Luck, right? And you're wearing Colts gear right now. 28, like he was under 30 when he retired just this past year. Like, and why? Because he got hit time and time again. You could see the talent ooze out of him. People had seen that for years, but you don't have protection. Like any great player in any sport, it's like, can you get through those hits? And especially in football, a contact sport, it's like, so realistically, do you want this kid going in there year one, or is this a long-term project? And, maybe for a kid like him, it is a long-term thing where Joe Burrow's like, I got to get him in right now. He's maybe a little older.
Right.
Like, let's move the chains, as it were. So
here's a question for you. How are these players going to get the hats? They always get a hat and a jersey. So Joe Burrow, I mean, they probably told him weeks in advance that he was going number one. Chase Young was just on the phone as the Redskins pick is in. He, I believe, the second best prospect out there since after Joe Burrow. So for him to go to Washington, that's a bit of a no-brainer. But you're absolutely right. You make some very good points. Even for the standard or the casual fan, if you will, to see some of these guys like a Tua or Joe Burrow, you just admire their talent. But we have the Redskins on the clock. We'll see.
Let's go.
Who they're going to pick at number 2. The Washington Redskins select Chase Young, defensive end, Ohio State. That's 2 for 2 on the Sam Mendelson mock board.
Mind you, they're the
Wow, great job, Sam. Great job. Two most obvious picks in NFL draft history. Very good, Sam.
Hey, you know what? I'll take the small victories these days.
Are you in the Head and Shoulders one, the top 10? Is that what you're doing here?
Yeah.
For 5K?
Shoulders top 10. Chase Young, this is a guy we were saying earlier is such a crazy, sick talent. 16 and a half sacks, led college football, broke a lot of Ohio State records last year, didn't play in the playoff game against LSU, and that was a big reason that they lost and got blown out. But you're going to be in a division with mobile quarterbacks like Dak Prescott, like Carson Wentz, and like Daniel Jones, and now you add in Ryan Kerrigan, who's there, who's a great defensive end as himself. You're going to have 2 really good end rushers for the Washington Redskins under head coach Ron Rivera.
Hey, listen, at this point in Washington, I think you got to take the best next prospect available, having the second overall pick, because they need help everywhere, right? And it's, defense will help take you far, and it's probably a safe bet from them. And, Chase Young, from what I watched, he's a heck of a player. And he obviously shows up when he needs to. So,
and now if you're an athlete, are you a big believer in taking best prospect available or the position that you need available?
Well, in football, I think it actually goes more towards position, because every position's so unique, body types are unique, and you need a certain aspect. But I think when you just drafted a quarterback last year in the top 5, right? Was he the 5th overall pick, Haskins?
No, he was 13.
Oh, was he 13? Okay, never mind. Yeah. Anyways, if you take a first
round, 15, you're close.
Sure. Hey, if you're taking a quarterback in the top half of the first round of the draft, and you're gonna send and that's just an example of a position to be taking for, because I know there's a lot of rumors that people aren't happy with him, but give the kid some time. Like, you clearly saw something in him that you like, and you gotta really kind of balance it out here. And I think that's what this pick is balance. You take offense one year, and then you get
have hats. Yeah, and I now think, like, first of all, the battles between Chase Young and the Cowboys O-line is going to be incredible. But now, if you're the Giants at 4, you need to get protection for Daniel Jones. Like it almost is like they push the trigger on that. Like, you can't really not get that protection.
Well, and here's the interesting part: the first 2 picks, as even though I'm 2 for 2, those are the easiest picks to pick.
Humble brag. Yeah, humble brag.
What did he say?
Humble brag. Yeah,
humble brag. Yeah, a little flex there. No, but these are the 2. He's being compared to Jadeveon Clowney, who went number 1 a couple years back. But right now at number 3, the Lions pick is in. Unless they say they're going to trade it, to me this is a clear cut we're taking the cornerback Jeff Okudah out of Ohio State to replace Darius Slay. Still no rumors from Ian Rappaport on any trades yet, but we'll keep you posted.
Hey, I think this has been the one for a while, right? And he's used to the to Middle America, being at Ohio State for a couple of years. So,
Sure.
Seems like it's what they need at the moment as well.
So, Stu, you said you're a casual football fan. Are you a fan of any specific team or just of the sport?
Growing up, I like when the Steelers, when Big Ben and Troy were doing their thing, like that was kind of the one for me. I like if when it comes to football, I like it tough. I like it rough. I like it hard hitting, defense first, and Pittsburgh was always that. And I remember Dick LeBeau. I'll never forget Dick LeBeau. He's
my God.
Legend of the game.
Legend.
He's sitting there on the sidelines just calling these great defensive schemes, holding teams to like 15 points or less every game. And it's like he just knows what's going to happen. And when that whole tandem was there and that group was there, Clark and some of those other fellas, it was just, it was awesome to watch. And I really enjoyed the Pittsburgh Steelers. But I just think as a casual fan, you want to follow everybody and following talents. Like I love watching Mahomes play.
Jeff Okudah.
That's 3. Detroit Lions keep their pick at number 3. They get the cornerback that they desperately need. Sorry to cut you off there, Stu, but
no.
We're doing this as a first-time basis, so we're trying to get the picks in as soon as they come in. And obviously, let's see if they have a hat. I mean, do they have hats for every team? Like, are they just like waiting?
There's someone waiting outside their door.
Corners. We're gonna leave 5 hats on the corner. You can pick one.
I bet you they sent the prospects a box of hats, and they said, "Jay,
every hat,
grab the one you need when you need it, and then send the rest back."
It was also really cool. I remember saw Matt Patricia was with his son. And
just
like, hey son, here's what I just did.
And there was a guy for the Bengals, director of personnel, in his kitchen with his 2 kids watching the TV 5 feet away from him. This is just crazy times.
So they're actually talking about this. I sent you this as a crazy story.
Yeah, it's a crazy story.
Right when he went to Ohio State, 6 days later, his mom passed away. So this is a guy. I mean, he's just, I think, always been determined to make something out of himself and doing this in honor of his mom. And shutdown cornerbacks are essential. Like you look at Stephon Gilmore and what he brought to the Patriots. And the reason I bring up the Patriots is because Matt Patricia wants to create his own type of, Patriots dynasty and that culture. So this is one step closer for him. I thought they were going to take Isaiah Simmons, but this is still, I mean, this guy just attacks the ball, and he's man on man.
He could be a Stephen Gilmore in about 3-4 years.
Hey, he's been a top prospect since high school, right? And Matt Patricia's been a defense-first guy. Being defensive coordinator with the Pats, and this is a big step for them, I think, in that direction to becoming that defensive powerhouse. So,
well,
I think it's a safe pick, but a good pick.
Yeah, they brought a couple players in from New England. They brought back Jamie Collins, who's had experience with the Patriots as well. So, you can call them the Detroit Patriots or the New England Lions, whatever you want to call them. There's Matt Patricia with his son. Gives him a little fist bump. We got our guy. That's amazing in Northville, Michigan. Calais Campbell, who is with the Baltimore Ravens after getting traded from Jacksonville, says, "Hey, at Joe Burrow, congrats on being the number 1 overall pick. Can't wait for us to be properly acquainted." That's a guy who's going to be facing you twice a year, Joe Burrow. So, 3 guys, all were teammates at Ohio State in 2017 in the top 3 picks. That was obviously before Joe Burrow transferred to LSU. So pretty well done and pretty well respected. Ohio State go 1, 2, 3. You got Joe Burrow to Cincinnati, Chase Young to Washington, and now Jeff Okudah, the cornerback from Ohio State, to the Detroit Lions. So now the question becomes, as Stu, when he came on 10, 15 minutes ago, where's Tua going to go? This 5 picks is where I think Tua is going to end up.
Hey, that's a great bet, and I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong because I honestly have no clue. But if a trade were to happen, I think it'd be for this pick. I know I'm not saying it's going to happen. We'll see, but we'll wait here anxiously to find out.
So the Giants have about 4 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. after Washington just grabbed a pretty good edge rusher. I had actually him taking who I thought was the most pure offensive tackle in the draft in Tristan Wirfs out of Iowa to get that protection for Daniel Jones, for Saquon Barkley. To me, it's going to be, can the Chargers pull a trade with the Giants to jump over the Dolphins, who have to be thinking about Tua? If they take Justin Herbert out of Oregon, if they take another player and Tua's there at 5, I gotta tell you, and head coach Brian Flores and his team spent so much money in this offseason. Byron Jones, a couple other players I can't really think of off the top of my head right now, but they spent the most money from any team defensively and as a whole to not get a quarterback, and to have Ryan Fitzpatrick with no one behind him, it would be absolutely larceny, just absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
So
No,
can the Chargers go up from 6-4?
I mean, it's not a huge ask. I don't think. I think crazier things have happened, but who knows? I'm excited to see what happens. But it's either an offensive tackle to the Giants or a trade happens. I think you hit the nail on the head there. And apparently, it's a deep draft for offensive linemen, so they've got their pick of the litter as to who they want. But protection for Saquon and Jones is critical for sure.
And I think if you're a Giants fan, like when you drafted Daniel Jones, there was a lot of skepticism. But then now, I mean, you saw some brilliance with him. You saw this future with him, Saquon, and you need that missing piece, which is, I mean, you can argue it's a receiver, but to me, it's that protection. You need it.
Yeah.
We talked about luck. You need to protect the guy.
You need it.
If this is your future, you gotta get the right people around him. The question is,
how many times have you, yeah, no, absolutely. How many times have you walked into a big game and all the analysts say it's going to be one of the trenches, right? And that's where this sort of pick comes in. It's not a flashy pick, but it's one that needs to happen. So sorry to cut you off there, Seth.
No, it's totally fine. As you can tell, we're just trying our best here. We got some crazy graphics going on, and we're just having fun.
Well, it's nice that you two can be together down in your parents' basement there.
Yeah. Hey, undisclosed location. We're just happy to be together.
Yeah.
So, you asked me where I am. Where are you two? What the heck?
We told the parents to go somewhere else. Go to the movies.
Just dropped off some movie tickets the other morning and said, so there you go.
Yeah.
I picked out a great film for you.
We try to make it look like we're in different places, but it's just so obvious.
Oh, jeez.
What beer are you drinking there?
I've got it's a local beer to Halliburton. It's a
Very
Kangaroo IPA by Bosch Kung Brewing Company. Bosch Kung out of Carnarvon, Ontario.
Also, research, but I'm drinking my favorite beer, the Alexander Keith's. I'm not saying I need to sponsor Keith's, but definitely a huge fan of that. And Seth's got a nice Coors Banquet.
Good. Good Coors. It's fresh and it does the job, so that's good. Oh, okay.
On sale too. Oh, we got a pick is in.
The Giants pick is in. FanDuel and DraftKings actually did this thing where you can predict the draft, and there's about how many people in? 500,000. And right now, I'm tied with 270,000 people with the top 3 picks. So
wow, 270,000. So over half the group selected the top 3 picks accurately. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and the other ones, some people had Tua Tagovailoa going third, maybe with a trade, because it wasn't based on any trade or anything like that.
That's right.
So you get 2 points if you get the pick in the right location, half a point if you get the guy in the top 5, and then you just get a point if if they get picked within the first top 10. So that's how the picking works. But Joe Judge and the New York Giants have their pick is in. This is a guy who was the special teams coach for the Patriots for the last 4 years. And, he's coming into a situation, New York football Giants, who have the quarterback of the future, have the running back of the future, and you can make the argument they don't really have anything else. So I always believed in the NFL that you got to build from your line out, and that's why I chose the offensive lineman. It looks like there's no trade to be announced yet. I went on Twitter right now. Ian Rappaport still very quiet. So we'll see even how trades work. Do I send you an email, if you're team A and I'm team B and saying, let's make a trade, and then how does that get processed? They said that they were either going to tell the commissioner their picks through a text message or an email. So this is the new world we're in right now.
It's a weird world.
Also, big shout out to our live comments from Cajun80, Louisiana Love for Mr. Joe B. We got a new Bengals fan, Cajun80.
And Tay Master says, damn. And then Jesse, you here? I don't know who Jesse is, but
What up, Jesse?
if you're here, Jesse, what up? Oh, there's Mel Kiper again. Mel Kiper has been doing draft mock recaps every year for the last 40 years. This guy, talk about a seasoned vet. This is a guy who knows everything about college football, and he's also a pretty big character. So this is, and we got the pick in. Let's play a little music.
Anything but O-line would be crazy.
Andrew Thomas out of Georgia. Oh my gosh. Well, there goes my first mistake of the day. I had Andrew Thomas going significantly later at 14 for the Buccaneers. I don't think he's even close to the top 3. And they just took him number 4 overall. Wow.
I think this tells you Mr. Judge doesn't give a rat's what about what any kind of insider says, what any kind of big board says, what any kind of mock draft says. He's going to do whatever the heck he wants to do. And maybe he watched this guy for 4 minutes and said, yep, that's the guy I want. Or, they've done more digging, but hey, they got a tackle though. So we'll see.
I mean, we knew it was going to be an O-line, man. People thought it was going to be either Mekhi Becton or Tristan Wirfs, Cedric Willis, Andrew Thomas. A first-round pick through projections, but top 5. Wow. Very
Hey, Sam, can you let me know how many people are left out of the 270,000? I bet you it's triple digits now. Maybe. Not even.
Well, and that's the beauty. Okay, well, it still hasn't updated. It still says that, they haven't done the 4th pick yet. I didn't have to find my top 10. I had Tristan Wirfs. Then I had Tua at 5, Justin Herbert at 6, Isaiah Simmons to Carolina at 7, Jedrick Wills Jr. at 8, C.J. Henderson, cornerback at 9th, and Mekhi Becton. So I had like 2 or 3 offensive linemen that went, before this guy. And I'm not saying he's a bad prospect. Georgia, known notoriously for running the ball very well. And they ran the ball very well, and maybe that's the reason why the Giants took him. He's got the Giants hat. I 100% think that they have a hat of every team. And it's all underneath like their couch, and they go, oh, okay. But yeah, it's David Gettleman, who's the general manager for the Giants, just made the pick, and then he put on his mask. Okay,
where are you going?
Where are you going? Are you in your house? Yes.
You're not supposed to be in your basement right now.
He's in a war room, and he just put on a mask. Now, I get that you want to be safe, but who are you protecting yourself from?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
All right, Stu, we're going to loop back in with you. We got a Dolphin fan coming in here. We're going to talk about 5th pick.
Hey boys, this has been great. You guys are doing a great job. Have fun tonight.
Thank you for coming on, buddy.
Don't get 2 in the tank though, because you got to do all 30 picks. Okay, I'm gonna be.
We're an hour in. Couple beers. We'll see where we go.
All right, you're at a good pace. Thanks for bringing me on, fellas. Appreciate it. Easy.
All right, now we are going to bring in Griffin.
How are we doing?
Rip Stapley with
Look at all the Dolphins.
I got it all.
Is that a Ronnie Brown jersey?
My first football jersey ever. It was there were 2 in the store. It was the year they made playoffs. It was Joey Porter and Ronnie Brown. And I chose Ronnie Brown. Not that I think they were both gone within 2 years.
At that moment, you're like Dolphins fan. I'm so excited. Playoffs.
Yeah, I was. Oh man! And then Baltimore just ripped my soul out of me.
So do I put Tua, the graphic of Tua getting signed right now or getting drafted?
And they cut right to Tua.
I think it has to. I mean, if they aren't going to trade I'd honestly, I think I'd rather see them go with a tackle. But at the same time, I look at Tua. The upside is so incredibly there. And if he doesn't get hurt, which I know might be a big if, but if he doesn't get hurt, then it's so hard to pass that up.
What you need if you're Miami, you need a quarterback that no matter how far down this guy wants to go and score.
The thing is, too, is like who else? Like I don't trust Herbert. I don't like the rest of these quarterbacks. You can't go to next year, and then next year be like, you're not going to get Trevor Lawrence because they're not going to be that bad probably. Next year's class, right? At what point are you like, hey, you're a guy? So I don't know. I think they're going to do, and I think it's the upsides there. The injuries is always going to be there, but also with the injury risk, it might just be a bust. Like there's always risk with quarterback, right? And I think with him, you know about the upside. You know.
Now, Griff, let me ask you: the Dolphins, they spend the most money in the offseason. They get a guy like Byron Jones to go with Xavier Howard. The two highest paid cornerbacks are on the same team. What are your thoughts on what the Dolphins have done and how they finished last year? Do you have any sort of positivity feelings towards the Dolphins going forward?
I do. I mean, this is a team that was trying to lose last year, and they won a lot of games. And they were literally the GM, the front office, everything. They weren't trying to field a winning team. And I think it shows something about a culture. I think it shows a lot about Brian Flores. The guys they brought in, a lot of those expatriates that have that same kind of mentality, and a lot of guys, from what I'm hearing, want to play for him.
Van Noy, too, I believe, was another one, right?
Yeah, Van Noy, or was another. I wonder if it was another linebacker. There were 2 or 3, I thought. A lot of them, like they want to play for him. Either they know him or another guy I think had seen him at the Pro Bowl, and like they want to play for him. So I think that's big. I think he's building the right pieces, the corners. They put a lot of special teams emphasis too. They brought in a few specialty. Like that's something you can't forget. And if you look at the Patriots, that's something they always did really, really well. It's obviously really easy to keep drawing those comparisons, but I think they're building something. And I think a lot of it's the quarterback, but I think also with Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's a great quarterback for someone to learn behind. Because you don't.
If you're thinking Tua, sorry to cut you off there. Because I imagine like there's no way they don't go quarterback. So if they go Tua, do you sit him out and have him like Patrick Mahomes effect type of deal?
Yeah.
Or do you put him right in? That's what I think.
I want to say he gets in there at some point, but not the first few games. I think you give him 4 or 5. I think I want to see him play that first year, not right away. I want to see him kind of eased in, possibly like even like Baker, where it's like, okay, injury happens 4th week, and he comes in, and then it's just all right, run with it. You're there.
Exactly my point.
So I think the good thing is that
Fitzpatrick was going to. Oh, sorry, Griff, go on.
No, like Fitzpatrick knows that he's not going to be the starter forever, so I don't think is really going to mind and get all competitive, right? So,
but all right, let's see. Let's see the pick. And the Miami Dolphins select Tua Tagovailoa. There you have it, Griffin. Wow. The 5th overall pick, Tua Tagovailoa, is going to the Dolphins. Fit that on a jersey, okay? And
I was wondering about how I'd feel this very instant for the last month. I'm like, would I like it? Would I not? And right away, I got very excited. I was like, okay. Like, I'm like, all right. I like it. It was really this morning that I'm like, you know what? The upside's worth it. Do it. It's better than just, okay, everything's there, but where's the quarterback?
Lots of injuries since 2018. Sprained knee, left quad. Let's look at that again. He had a sprained knee in 2018, then in October, then left quad in November 18, and the left ankle in December 18, and then October was 2019, broken index finger, dislocated hip in November. Posterior wall fracture, a concussion, and a broken nose. And they only missed 4 career games due to injuries. This is a guy who obviously came in for Jalen Hurts in the national championship game. So here's my question to you, and you touched upon it in the Baker effect. I think Fitzpatrick week 3, week 4 goes for a goal line touchdown, gets smoked, they bring Tua in, and he runs from there. Left-handed quarterbacks haven't done great in the NFL in the last 10, 15 years. I think the only one I really remember is Matt Leinart. This guy is an incredible talent. Do you feel any sort of, discomfort or thoughts about him being a left-handed throwing quarterback as opposed to the natural right-handed throwing quarterback?
I think it's just an arm, really. I mean, I hear a lot of stuff, and I think it's just there's not a lot of left-handed quarterbacks. I think as long as you have, it's a means of getting a right tackle that's mainly a pass block, right? That you have to have the right tackle to do it. But I think outside of that, if you have a coach on offense that isn't all put off by that, I think you can adjust to it. And I think also it messes with the defense a little bit, right? I mean, you expect a defense, you face a right-handed throwing quarterback all the time. Now all of a sudden, if you're a corner on the right side, he's staring right at you. So you don't have that kind of, even a pass rusher, right? You normally put your best guy on that right end. Well,
Yeah.
to rush the blind side, right? So I think it's more advantageous to the offense, and there's just not a lot of them. But I like it. I don't see it as that big of a takeaway.
And like his mobility is a huge aspect as well, right? Like we're talking about, I mean, I wouldn't say it's Michael Vick-esque, but like this is someone who can move, who can create more space. I mean, but the Dolphins also traded for Josh Rosen. So what like do you do with 3 quarterbacks right now?
Rosen's gone. I think some team they'll get a pick from. I'm sure they will, because I think I actually like Rosen. He wasn't given a fair shot this year. Not that he could have got more, but like I actually think a team would sign and be like, hey, back up or compete. There's some teams without a quarterback now. I would pick Josh Rosen over any other quarterback in this draft right now.
Really?
No.
Like left?
No, not like left. Not these two.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
If you're looking for a quarterback right now, I would say, hey, let's trade a 5th for Rosen and go with that instead of picking Robert Herbert.
Right?
I'd go with that. I'd go with that. So I mean, they can't keep the 3. That's just gonna right away be this weird culture. They won't. I think they'll trade him. I do think they'll trade him, and I think a team it actually isn't done. I think a team will get value in that trade.
So there's 3 quarterbacks on the roster, right? Rosen, Fitzpatrick, and Tua. Obvious to say Rosen's the odd man out. I mean, what do you do with him at this point? This guy is a first round pick a few years ago. Then after a year in Arizona, gets traded to Miami. Can't really win the job over Ryan Fitzpatrick. How does that play out with 2 other first round picks? Do you package one of them with Josh Rosen and try to move up back into the draft? And the Dolphins aren't picking up again until 18. So, do they try and move back up? Is there a team that would want to take a risk on Josh Rosen?
Or you're saying make a trade today?
Well, you have
I'm just
18
asking.
and 20.
18 and 26.
There.
I think they have such a stable of picks that, I mean, they could, but I think they're just willing to say, all right, let's just pick all these players and build something and not start moving around to try to get a slightly better, especially at that spot. Like if they'd moved around for 5, if they wanted 3 for whatever reason and they did it, then fine. But I think right now they're like, okay, let's just use our picks, trust our scouts, trust all of that. Don't move up 6 spots for a player that's a little bit better. I don't think they have to. For the Rosen thing, I really think I think a team is going to want him. I think it could happen even tomorrow or the next day as a later round trade where a team looks and they're like, oh, I really don't like the remaining quarterbacks. I think it'll be good for both teams. I mean, would you give up a 5th round pick for a guy that was first and he played for bad teams at least, but he has played. Yeah. It's not like you have to walk him through this is what the NFL is like, right? He still has 2 years experience.
No, absolutely. And when I think of Tua, I do think a lot of Marcus Mariota. Is that something that you see as well? Are you excited about that? What about Mariota? I find him and Tua to be very good comparison.
I would say this, Seth, is that I think they might try to say, listen, we got to limit your mobility if you're going to stay around, right? And I get that it's something that he has, but he actually does pass from the pocket really, really well. And I think they're going to be like, listen, you got to learn how to protect yourself, but you can't be going all over them. Like, that's what's going to – I think he knows right now is, like, what's your one knock? Injuries. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try to rein that in. But at the same point, you can't put reins on a guy like that. You can't just try to adjust the way he plays. I think it's going to be trying to find that happy medium and trying to teach him, like Russell Wilson, like, know how to get out of trouble, know when to slide, know how to not take a lot of hits, still be mobile, but don't leave yourself open, which in college he did a bit. But also Saban, like a college coach, doesn't give a fuck. Really, right? He's like, I just want to win. Like, go full. Like, you have no future value to me.
So the Chargers pick is in at 6. Obviously, their only quarterback right now on their roster is Tyrod Taylor. Okay, so you let Philip Rivers go. I understand that, and it makes sense to me. do you take Justin Herbert out of Oregon? Where do you see the Chargers going at 6 now that Tua and Burrow off the board?
I am not high on Justin Herbert at all. I think it's where they're going to go because he's the consensus number 3 quarterback. I don't personally agree with it. I actually like Hurts better than Herbert, actually.
Really?
I don't think they'd pick him at this pick, but Herbert.
I think it's a second round pick, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, no, I think, but I just mean Herbert. I'm really not nuts on. Do I think it's what they need? Do I think it's where they're going to go? Are all the scouts thinking that they can make something out of Herbert? They are. Taylor can be all right for a season. He can get you there, but he's not the future. So I really don't like Herbert. I think they're going to do it. I think they were hoping the Dolphins somehow.
They did it.
Tua.
They got Justin. Wow.
Justin Herbert.
I can see why they did it. They were in a tough spot.
Griff, I actually am feeling pretty confident because I've been reviewing this for the last week or so. I was like, yeah, I'll make a mock draft. And it only wasn't a couple days ago when I said that, to Seth, this would be a really cool idea. And so I made a mock draft today. I'm 5 for 6. And I can honestly say the Giants pick, even though some reports saying that they felt like Andrew Thomas might have been a safe pick, I thought they were going to go with Tristan Wirfs out of Iowa. I thought he was the most explosive offensive tackle in terms of pass blocking and rush protection, or pass protection and rush blocking, I should say. But Justin Herbert, I mean, for him to go to the Chargers, I think, to your point, you might, this guy might not be 100% ready. This is a guy, though, that playing a high-tempo offense and having Austin Eckler, a guy who's great out of the screen game, great to catch the ball. You're having Keenan Allen and Hunter Henry. I think this is actually a really good fit for him, and that's why I had him 6th overall.
What I like about, or what I think he can succeed with this, I think if you have a coach that builds an offense tailored to him, so we're gonna build on your strengths, right? You like to play the short game, throw the screens, all that. We're gonna build on your strengths. We're gonna protect you. We're gonna let you really grow. I mean, Josh Allen, I kind of see similarities there, in that you have to make concessions. That he's not your pro-style quarterback, but under the right circumstance can do enough. And you're right that they have the weapons. And I think if the coach is like, okay, we got to help him get there. He obviously has the arm talent. He has the size. When he's at his best, he is unbelievable. And it's just a matter of coaching.
And we talked a little bit off air, the three of us, about Justin Herbert. And you brought up the stat that he threw the most screen passes of any college quarterback last year. I think, to my point, this is the right fit for him because of a team like the Chargers with Austin Eckler, with a tight end screen and Hunter Henry, who is a little bit more mobile than most tight ends and can get down the field and move the chains. You're able to really see an offense that under Phillip Rivers, it kind of got really mundane and really predictable to being more of that quick screen. The Patriots used to do that when they didn't have a running back and they need to get a few yards on first down. You get a quick screen, you go 2nd and 6, then all of a sudden you go 4 yards, you're 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2, and it's a much more easier decision. And I think, again, same over to Miami, you don't need to start Herbert day one. Go with Tyrod Taylor for a few weeks, see where he goes, and then move on with Justin Herbert as your QB of the future.
Taylor's a great QB to have there as well. Another that experience, been there a lot, multiple offense will help him learn. And I also think, look at what other young quarterbacks are inheriting for talent. Look at Burrow. Look at Tagovailoa for who he's throwing to. Not a lot. Running backs, not a lot. The Chargers, only a few years ago, were a really, really good team. Like, they still have those pieces, right?
And their defense is great. They added Chris Harris, too.
So I think you're looking at him saying, okay, you don't have to be the guy and make everyone else better. Just throw to these players that are already good. You have a great back. And I think he has specific enough skills that you can tailor stuff and simplify it. And I think you could, the upside's there for sure. I think he's a high floor, low ceiling player.
I think if you're a top 3 ranked quarterback and you get drafted to the Chargers, you're pumped. Like, this is a team that, a year ago, this was like people thought were Super Bowl contenders, and then they got blown out. But you've got pieces. You got Keenan Allen. That you're excited about that. What I looked from his highlights over there, this is a big quarterback who kind of looks like a Phillip Rivers, but way more mobile, who can create a bit more time. And Keenan Allen's already a great route runner, but you also have Tyrell Williams and Eckler, and this is a guy who's going to try and extend the play and trying to, he can move his feet. He's a big, white, mobile quarterback.
I think with him is a lot of it's going to be the coaching, because he has a lot of stuff in college which stood out, but it's the type of stuff that can be corrected if done right. If you have the right guy, it can be corrected. And yeah, he's big. He can run. That's why I see Josh Allen as that comparison, when nothing's there, he can get enough done. He's big. Today's NFL is moving a bit towards that, right? You want a quarterback being able to, not a primary runner, but running a lot. You're seeing a lot more of that.
To be able to run.
Exactly. But I think what you and Sam were saying, think if he was a pick earlier and look at what you're stepping into, right? Just look at how radically different is that. If you go to Miami and you're like, all right, I'm here. I have, I guess, Devontae Parker, and that's it. Compared to going to the Chargers, which is we've hit rough times, but we are a good organization. We have been.
Sure. If you're getting drafted in the top 10 as a quarterback, I can't see a better situation in the top 10 than the Chargers. You look at their defense, you look at Bosa, you look at Ingram, there are already pieces in place to try and make a playoff run. Now, you're in a division with the Super Bowl champs, so I'm not saying they have any kind of merit to win their division, but we're looking at an AFC that the Bills made the wild card, Tennessee made the wild card. They could make something happen.
They're adding a spot next year too, right? So you got 3 wild card spots.
Exactly.
Look at the AFC. Look, Brady left. I think the Pats will still be all right, but look at what quarterbacks are left in the AFC to lead a team. There's really not a lot. You're trying to pick your 7 teams. I think you get through 1, 2, 3, or 4, but you're trying to fill out the bottom, and you're like, it's really anyone's game. You could see a rookie quarterback in the playoffs for sure.
Might have had their first technical difficulty.
Uh-oh. This McCaffrey, 22 NU.
You guys still there?
Yeah, we're still here. We
All
might
right.
have had technical difficulties.
Sorry.
An hour and 17 is our first difficulty. I'll take that as a win.
That's not bad at all. Yeah, this has all been really, really smooth. I've been really impressed with this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Griff.
Yeah.
Appreciate
But yeah, for Herbert,
maybe that's the problem right now. I might have to refresh. But then
Continue talking, Griff. You're good.
Yeah, no. Yeah, for Herbert, I think the AFC is really open for anyone, especially that 6th or 7th wild card. I think it's going to be really open. It's going to be really competitive. We'll see. Even then with Tyrod, you can get there with Tyrod, and I think he's going to be a good mentor for Herbert. But yeah, the upside is definitely, he's got a lot of it. The downside's there too, but the upside, if he reaches that, is he could be pretty good. He's got the tools, right? He's got the stuff that you can't teach and you can't coach, right? And then it's just a matter of if they can get him there with the other stuff.
I see this being a receiver.
I think this is Isaiah Simmons. And it's Derek Brown, the defensive tackle out of Auburn. Wow.
Wow, that is a good move.
A good move.
But not the move I thought they were going to make on the board. This is a guy who is a really good interior lineman, defensive lineman. This is a guy who plays for
We got Mike Downey joining us here as well.
Mike Downey, how are you, buddy?
I've been a lot better. My first
Justin Herbert, come on.
When's the last time they've had a good quarterback coming out of Oregon?
What if you have to give your mic?
Don't get me started with Marcus Mariota comparison. I don't like this kid. To me, I think EJ Manuel comes to mind when I think of Justin Herbert, a guy that was taken early, had all the hype around him, ends up doing nothing. Griff, I'm looking at you right now, you son of a bitch. You took my guy.
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't sure how I was going to feel when they picked up, and then they did, and I was very, very happy. So I think the upside is just the upside's there. Hopefully the injuries don't happen, but the upside is definitely there.
You know what? That's what I said on the podcast. To me, I honestly believe I would have taken 7 years of dealing with Tua because I feel like the ceiling's much higher than it would have been for Justin Herbert. Because to me, Herbert, he's going to stay healthy, but I don't think it's going to amount to anything. I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to see a mediocre quarterback for the next couple of years, but I'm not hopeful. To me, with Tua off the board, I would have taken Isaiah Simmons 100%. Have another Derwin James type. Just
I think Simmons would have been a good pick. Oh wow. See, the thing is, you're just talking.
Like, if you're a quarterback getting picked in the top 10, go to the Chargers, like the ideal place with all the pieces already there. I completely agree. Simmons would have been the right pick in the right place.
I'm not talking about Carolina. I'm talking about Chargers. And I just think Herbert, his mobility, his ability to extend plays, he does have a pretty solid arm as well. Like, you can mold this guy with Eckler, with Allen, and try and be
he can throw a ball. Sorry to cut you off, but he doesn't pass right. To me, look at some of the decision making he can make. He'll sling it down the field for you. But man, it could be like Sam Darnold. He's going to see ghosts out there. He's just going to throw the ball and it's going to get picked off. Like, I've never been so happier to hear Tyrod Taylor is starting until now.
Yeah, that's a tough one to even say. I get down here. It's Tyrod Taylor we're talking about.
To me, I think Tyrod Taylor is the best backup in the NFL. If I were in the front office for San Diego, Los Angeles Chargers, I'd honestly be looking at Cam Newton and be like, how much does he want? Not only does he sell tickets, the upside is much higher than the two guys behind him.
That is true. I think that's the question. Are you in this win now mentality, or do you try and grow?
You got to go for a win now. Look at that O-line. It's a very veteran O-line. You got to win now.
I think we have
an hour and a half in, and we're starting to deal with some technical difficulties. We do appreciate you boys coming on and providing some very insightful input as fans.
I love that we're all wearing a jersey of a different team.
I would also like to say the man to my right is a fraud. He is a real Browns fan. I don't know if he's come out.
Wait, 2 picks. Nice
jersey. So, guys, Arizona's on the clock. Obviously, they get DeAndre Hopkins in the biggest blockbuster of the offseason. Where do they go here? I think they go offensive line. I had Jedrick Wills. Should be Christian Works out of Iowa as well. But I think they got to go offensive tackle. And they go Isaiah.
I think they take close here, too.
Yeah, that is.
Isaiah Simmons out of Clemson. This guy is
Isaiah Simmons.
tank of a player. I love what I saw from him last year at Clemson. The fact that he falls to Arizona, I feel like Cliff Kingsbury and company said, we can't, I'm probably not. You know, like this is a guy that they're able to partner with Patrick Pearson and really form a team in the Arizona Cardinals in the NFC West as someone who can compete with Seattle or San Fran or the Rams in arguably the toughest division in the NFL right now.
All I can say about this pick is this is definitely they picked the best guy on the board because with that rookie quarterback getting sacked 46, 48 times, instead of taking a tackle here.
That's what I was thinking as well. But so here's my question to you both, and I posed it to our first guest, my buddy Stuart Wilson. Are you a big believer in taking the best player available or taking a position need?
It depends on the best player available. I agree. Isaiah Simmons was definitely the best player available. I like the kid. He can play basically anywhere on the D line other than D tackle.
Yeah,
and plays corner and safety as well.
I think, like I said, I wanted the Chargers to take him if we lost out on Tua because I think he's just that much of a special talent.
I think in the situation, I mean, if you're picking a tackle, there's 2 or 3 that people don't really know. He's by far the best linebacker, let alone defensive player available. I mean, he can transform your defense, right? So I like it.
I'm so happy he didn't go to Jacksonville, man. This is great. Like, I'd much rather him in Arizona.
I had Jacksonville making the first trade of the night with Atlanta. I don't know. I haven't seen a trade yet. I haven't seen any reports yet. Do you think Jacksonville holds on to the ninth pick?
And where do you see after losing Calais Campbell, Jalen Ramsey last year, AJ Boyd this year, where do you see is their biggest need?
I just gotta say it's Jacksonville. They're gonna take Jerry Jeudy just because it's Jacksonville. So many holes, and they decide to go for a flashy weapon.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. I mean, the Jaguars, you can run them up with another AFC South team in the Houston Texans as two of the worst run franchises in terms of making moves in the last few years. And I really think that, at 9, you have a chance to move down. You do it. The pick's still not in, but I'm curious to see what they're going to do.
Honestly, we'll see what they do. I still think they're going to take Jerry Jeudy. I agree they probably should take down. There's a lot of holes they have to fill. But I honestly think they don't mind leaving some of those holes available because Jacksonville's going to probably tank next year.
Yeah, I mean, I do like. Oh, there it goes.
What I tell you? What I tell you?
Jersey.
Even the
Who are we
background.
talking to now? Miami Dolphins?
I got my twin brother to come over.
Twin.
The timing
How we doing?
Great.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Cliff. What did you think of those new Brown jerseys? I didn't see any difference from their old jerseys.
So I own every one of their jerseys. Like I own that one, the Color Rush, and I got my Nick Chubb orange one. And it said this stripe was like moved down, I think.
Oh, gosh.
And that was it. They still kept the 3 stripes. They still kept the Color Rush. So these ones, they just took off the stripes. But they were the same. I think they changed like the pants. They added stripes to the socks, but they were really, it was so funny. Like, so they do like a Building the Browns thing, which is like their own Hard Knocks. And you see the players get like shipped their jerseys and they put a compilation, but a few of the players were just like, what the, like Odell Beckham just what? Like a few of them, like you could tell they were putting on like, oh,
television.
These are so dope. And then everyone else is just not there.
Honestly, they should have saved that jersey reveal for April Fool's Day because everyone thought that was a goddamn joke. Those jerseys are the exact same.
I mean, every team does that now, though. Every few years, so many of them just pump out a slightly different jersey just to sell them.
To your fans, I apologize for sounding like Brian Burke, but just that Herbert thing just put me in a shit mood.
Hey, you know what? Have a couple of drinks there, Downey.
What are you drinking?
And just kind of, sit back because the Chargers, I think, are done from now.
America!
A couple buds for the buds.
Yeah.
The other team that made jersey changes, the Buccaneers, they reminded me of the jerseys they had with Mike Alstott, the fullback, who was just an absolute tank of a player, years back as well. I like what the Chargers did with theirs. The Rams did a couple logos. I don't really like that.
Falcons went with the longest yard jerseys.
Yeah, the Falcons with the longest yard jerseys. Again, what were they thinking? I mean, who comes up with these ideas and gets it approved? Couldn't tell you, but I would like Dallas.
Boys, I was ready for this.
Yeah, I like that. I do like that New Jersey. There,
I like that. I really like that invert color jersey. I love me some powder blues. I think the powder blues are the best.
The powder blues are your best jersey.
But at the same time, those inverted color ones, I'm like, those look bleak.
So, question, Griff. Now that we got the Browns, apparel going on.
Okay.
A lot of rumors about OBJ. You were pretty stoked when you got him last year. Thinking playoff didn't happen.
I was kind of like.
Didn't happen.
I was thinking it was a little too hyped, and then I kind of let myself buy into it a little bit. For me, it's like you can't just add a piece and it makes your team, especially a receiver. Like you can't add a receiver and it just all of your dysfunction goes away. There's so many, right? Like it's just you're still a team, and also the type of player he is. Plus, Kitchens was a coach that couldn't rein him in.
Terrible
at all, and then even from the start, like you're gonna get traded to a team and skip the voluntary workouts. Your first chance to get to know your quarterback, start behind the 8 ball with him. You could tell. I mean, there was routes where he was wide open and Baker just didn't trust him enough to throw it. And then also, I mean, you get to play calling where it's just like you have them, just throw them the damn ball, right?
I still believe
your offense sucks that much.
Kitchens is the reason why Dorsey got fired. I honestly believe that wholeheartedly. When you have a veteran GM going in, picking a rookie head coach ahead of all these more established guys, you are basically saying, I know better than the market, and this is my guy. So take it or leave it. And when you play hardball like that, sometimes you strike out and miss. I think that's what happened with Dorsey.
What I do like now,
Kitchen was an idiot with that goddamn shirt that said, what was it? Rudolph started it. That's not head coach.
I said this to Mike and a few before that, like, it looks like with Stefanski, they're going to be run heavy. Like, they brought in the second tight end, so 2 tight ends, a lot of play action. I think that's where Beckham could be if he's not expected to do a bunch of stuff. I think Stefanski is going to be more like, okay, we're going to create some plays that are going to leave you one-on-one in man coverage, and you just have to win. Compared to what the Browns offense was before, that was kind of without an identity. So I think whatever that is, even if it's more run, more pass, they're going to have more of an identity, more of a kind of, this is what we do. And I really like what I saw from Stefanski on that Building the Browns show. Like, he's a really, compared to Kitchens, carries himself so much better. You can tell that he's really smart, knows what's going on.
No, for sure. And we got the Jacksonville pick in. I gotta assume it's a receiver. Really don't want it to be, though.
I don't think
it's gonna happen. The cornerback, the Jacksonville move.
Could be C.J. Henderson. Wow! Someone just see that on Twitter?
No, I swear to you, I had.
Oh wow!
I had the pick at number 9 being C.J. Henderson. I had them trading it to Atlanta, but this is a team that lost Jalen Ramsey and AJ Boyd. I mean, it seems a no-brainer, with T.Y. Hilton in that division.
Why is the whole family looking so sad?
Because they're going Jacksonville.
I have never seen a family look that sad before for their son to make it to the NFL. They are honestly just thinking to themselves, he's going to get booed.
The Browns did not waste any time to get their pick in. So I'm excited to see where the Browns go at 10. Where do you see them going now that we've seen 9 players off the board, Griff?
I think it's still Becton, the left tackle. I think there's someone else available.
Wilkes is dropped.
Wilkes. Yeah, it's going to be Wilkes. It's going to be Wilkes because he's available. He's the best, and some people thought he was the best tackle, right?
I still think he's the best tackle.
So I think that's I wouldn't say a steal, but I think it's a good pick at 10.
Hey, to me, I think Wilkes had top 5 potential. You get him at 10, that's a steal.
Yeah.
Get Austin Hooper in the offseason. Your defense is solid. Like, I love Denver.
That's why I feel bad for Burrow. Mendy, think about this. Burrow's going to have to go in and deal with Baltimore's defense, Pittsburgh's defense, and the Browns' defense. That poor son of a bitch is going to get his lunch fed to him for the first year. Like, it's going to be terrible.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Like, that is a stout. Like all 6 of those games are going to suck for him.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. I don't know. I think they're it should be interesting to see where they go after this pick. It's so clear they need a left tackle here, but the rest of the draft, they have enough needs that are kind of those moderate needs that it'll be interesting to see what they prioritize. And I think that'll say a lot about kind of where they want to go and where they think they're at as a team. Just because it's not like there's other teams like, okay, we're going to get this, we're going to get this, we're going to get this. After this, it's kind of all right. Need some help on D, a bit on offense. It'll be interesting, but I think this is a really obvious.
You definitely need an offensive tackle after that last season.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to try and give Baker every chance to succeed this season, because I also think this is Baker's make or break season.
100%.
You got to take a tackle here.
About that division. Like, trust me from experience, Joe Burrow can't take a team to a Super Bowl. I saw it with Andrew Luck. Like, you need to have pieces. We saw a lot from Mixon. We saw a lot from Tyler Boyd. But we're talking about pretty much, I personally think, a 2-team race in that division. I don't think Pittsburgh will do much. That's just my hot take.
I think Pittsburgh has a year left. I think they have a year left.
I think Pittsburgh's got at least a year or 2 left in the tank. It's going to be scary.
It really depends on Big Ben, I guess.
Yo, Seth, look at how they did with Duck fucking Hodges.
That's true.
And they still won him and Mason Rudolph. They still won. Like as an organization, they're one of the most stable organizations in the NFL.
I very much like that kid Jarvis Landry shrine. That looks cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Here we go. The Browns pick is in.
They let this kid choose?
No, they didn't let him choose. Goodell's back.
And you gotta love all the fans.
Wills.
Yeah.
Wills Jr., not
Wills.
Wills.
I'm gonna lie here.
Jr. Wow.
That's good. That's a great pick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got to steal there, Griffey.
I'm really happy with that. I thought it was going to be Becton that was going to be more of like a project, I guess. Athletic freak, but that's huge.
I'm very surprised that they didn't pick the Iowa kid, but you know what? This guy's still a solid player.
What did you say, Seth?
I was just going to say, an Alabama offensive tackle, you can't lose with that.
Oh, yeah. Tristan Wirfs is still dropped. He hasn't been taken. You have Mekhi Becton. I thought those guys would have been in the top 10. For me, I'm actually pretty proud of myself. 6 out of 10. In the first 10 picks, it was a tough go at it, but crazy time. There hasn't been any trades. I thought there would have been a trade by now, and I thought a guy like Tristan Wirfs would have been taken. Mekhi Becton is gone, but they take Derek Wilkes. Obviously, I think the decision to go offensive tackle though is a huge one for the Browns. We're trying to protect Baker Mayfield, who felt like he had to throw the ball out, like kind of like rapid fire almost sometimes.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, like Seth said about the Bama thing, winning program, winning culture, it's
a great locker room too. Like it's good family. You bring good character to your locker room. Lord knows you need it. All those stupid penalties you took this year.
Miles Garrett,
so bad. But no, that's a huge piece.
Yeah, that was borderline assault. I wasn't even bringing that up. Jesus.
He started
it. Mendelson Squared, thank you for having me on.
Appreciate you coming on.
Thanks, Downey. Appreciate it, buddy.
Seth, I got no idea why you're wearing that jersey. It's not like you have any action coming on tonight.
It's true. They've already.
Sam, good luck with your Cowboys.
It's called Ghost for a reason.
Thank you.
Sam, I think you're going to take probably a corner just to replace Byron Jones, which I can't believe you let go of instead of Cooper, but that's my opinion. See you, boys.
All right, I'm going to check out too, but if you guys want the...
Give us a second down. I didn't hear what you said. If you have an extra minute just to give us, I'd love to hear what you just said there.
You said... I forgot what he said too. Boys, I'm going to check out too, but if you want the Dolphins twin brother to come back for their picks just a little later, let me know. All right, see ya, boys.
Thanks for being on, Griff. All right, back to the Mendelson Bros.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate Griff and Downey for coming on.
Stu Wilson for coming on earlier. This has been really fun. We're an hour and a half in. We're through the first 10 picks. Let's give you a quick recap. No question, but I do see that Joe Burrow went 1. Chase Young went 2 to Washington. Jeff Okudah went 3 to Detroit. Andrew Thomas goes 4 to the Giants. A little bit of a surprise pick. Number 5, no surprise there. Dolphins get their franchise QB, Tua Tagovailoa. Number 6, Justin Herbert goes to the Chargers. He's from Oregon. He's going to be their QB of the future behind Tyrod Taylor. At 7, a little bit of a surprise for me, at least. I know Seth probably felt the same way after losing Luke Kuechly to retirement. Thought Isaiah Simmons was that guy to plug and play him anywhere. Matt Rule was going defense, and he chose to go defense. He just didn't choose to go with Isaiah Simmons. Takes defensive tackle Derek Brown out of Auburn. And then at 8, you saw the Arizona Cardinals grab Isaiah Simmons, which is obviously the best player left on the board at the time. Number 9, I had Jacksonville trading it down for Atlanta and getting Atlanta taking C.J. Henderson. But it's Jacksonville who takes C.J. Henderson from Florida, the cornerback. He's gone up their draft ranks over the last couple of weeks. And at number 10, with guys like Tristan Wirfs and Mekhi Becton on the board, it's actually Jedrick Wills Jr. going number 10 to the Cleveland Browns, addressing a huge need for the Cleveland Browns. And Seth, I guess my question to you is, any surprises that stood out for you in the first 10? Anything that you felt was also kind of, a bit of a home run. What was your big win out of the first 10?
My big win has to go to Arizona. Isaiah Simmons. I mean, this is a guy who I haven't seen a linebacker be able to play zone and man to man quite like him, to be honest. And you think about what Arizona did in the offseason, getting arguably the best wide receiver in the game with DeAndre Hopkins. Don't get me wrong, they still have a lot of holes with the O line. You got Kenyon Drake, who looked great in their system. And now you get a general on their defense that could blitz, that can make open field tackles, go sideline to sideline. Comes from a winning defensive culture from Clemson. I mean, that to me is definitely my home run. Falling at 8, I think Arizona is laughing. They had to go with the best player available, and I think it was the best fit for them. So that has to be my home run for sure in the top 10.
I think Arizona, to your point, definitely a huge home run with Isaiah Simmons, going in the top 10 and falling to them. I think that was a big one. I think Tua Tagovailoa also for me was a big home run for Miami Dolphins, getting that QB of the future. My big surprise, I'll be honest with you, it's Carolina taking Derek Brown. I think he's a phenomenal player, but I actually had him going on in about 16th. For him to go 7th overall, I mean, this is a guy who is going to help your defensive line. We've talked about at length throughout this show about building from the line out, and Matt Rule decides that he wants to do that by taking Derek Brown, defensive tackle, out of Auburn. But you still have some of the best wide receivers available in Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, Josh Jefferson. You have Tristan Wirfs, who's really fallen in my opinion, and a guy like the Jets at 11 right now. I don't know how you don't take Tristan Wirfs to help with Sam Darnold and help with Le'Veon Bell. So that's probably where I see the Jets going at 11. But I also see them taking CeeDee Lamb. This is a team that offensively doesn't have a lot of weapons. Quincy Enunwa, he was hurt all last year. What is he going to be like when he comes back? If he is able to come back. They lose Robbie Anderson. They're trying to find threats for Sam Darnold to play downfield, and you go with arguably the best wide receiver in the draft in CeeDee Lamb. We'll see what this pick is in. A little surprised also, Seth, that no trades. We haven't gotten any reports of a trade or teams looking to trade. I'm on my Twitter account looking at, Chester and Ian Rappaport, and doesn't look like any team is making it. Oh, excuse me, that's a couple beers in. Let me get another one and see what happens after that one. But it seems like right now teams are just kind of going with who they think is their best choice at that time. And I think, with the Jets at 11, they'll probably go wide receiver. And a guy like Tristan Wirfs, who I had as the most pure offensive lineman and pass protector, is still there. Mekhi Becton, still there. Outside of that, my top 10 is pretty much, the same. And here we go with the Jets pick. Let's get the music going. And
bring it up.
They take Mekhi Becton out of Louisville. So Tristan Wirfs,
got it. That's a great pick.
So Tristan Wirfs, I had Mekhi Becton actually going 10th to Cleveland. Tristan Wirfs still on the board. Mekhi Becton is a very good pick, and I think this is the right call. I mean, you could make the argument if you're a Jets fan right now listening that you need a wide receiver, and I completely agree. That's why I had CeeDee Lamb going to the Jets. Right now, you got CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy available for the Oakland, or I should say now the Las Vegas Raiders, but a good solid pick in Mekhi Becton, the Louisville offensive tackle, going to the New York Jets.
I think when it comes to the Raiders, as Sam wants to say, we knew they were going to be drafting a wide receiver once they lost Antonio Brown last year. We knew they weren't going to make the playoffs. They definitely gave it a violent effort, but they were going to draft a wide receiver. And a few mock drafts had wide receivers going in the top 10. So now if you're the Raiders, you have your pick of the litter to arguably – the internet is bugging out.
We good?
No, it's fucking out. Is there also anyone else that you want to see back or?
I still bring Stu back. I think Stu wants to come back.
Message Matt.
I messaged Matt. Matt's walking with his dad. And might be able to come back later. Hope you're back.
And we're back. We will be having probably more technical difficulties. We are trying our best here. But what I was saying,
Seth,
when it comes,
great job putting this together, by the way.
Appreciate it. We figured, we were going to be watching it together anyways. Might as well record it.
And we're an hour and 45 minutes into this, and you know what? It's only in the last 15, 20 minutes.
Beers.
Third beer. It's only been, technical difficulties in the last 15, 20 minutes. So, for the most part, this is very cool. This is very exciting. Couple hugs from Joe Douglas, the general manager, to his family after they selected Mekhi Becton out of Louisville. You know what? I do think that's a good pick. I still think Tristan Wirfs is the better offensive tackle that was left on the board. But with everything going on with the Jets, with everything with the Patriots can throw at you defensively.
As he's moving a car.
As he's moving looks like to be a Ford Raptor right there. I mean, this guy is a very good player. I had him going 10th overall. I can promise you that this is going to be a good pick for you Jets fans. Again, a lot of weaknesses and gaps on the wide receiver, tight end front, but definitely protecting Sam Darnold, getting that protection for Le'Veon Bell is a huge victory, nonetheless, for the New York Jets.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more, Sam. So the Raiders pick is it. We all pretty much know it's the wide receiver. That is their biggest need when Antonio Brown was just a complete fail. You got a pick of your litter. You're Mike Mayock.
Mayock?
Mayock.
Mayock.
I gotta enunciate.
This was his thing to draft.
Do you go CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy?
Well, here's the thing: the Vegas Raiders. I don't even know how to say it anymore.
2 hours in, and
John Gruden's got the thumbs. He's got the fist pump. Let me tell you guys, John Gruden, Mike Mayock. Gruden looks pretty pumped. One of his kids might be going to the UFC. They have the 19th overall pick, which was given to them from the Chicago Bears in the Khalil Mack trade. I think they got to go wide receiver here, and I think they can address other areas like a cornerback. They did lose one of the rookies from last year. Oh, now the name's gonna. He was a big player on
the safety.
Yeah. Oh, now I gotta Google it. Oakland Raiders.
Las Vegas Raiders. Mel Kiper says Jerry Jeudy is the best available.
Jonathan Abram. He went down early into the year last year. So I think if they can get later on a defensive player to go with them, I think that'll be very good. But we'll see what they take right now with the 12th overall pick, the Las Vegas Raiders. The place where the draft was supposed to take place, had it not been for a unprecedented global pandemic, they will choose Henry Ruggs.
No way!
I mean, I'm not going to say it's a surprise because I had him at 15 to the Broncos.
He's the number one receiver?
No.
Are you kidding?
CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy for sure. This is a bit of a shocker to me that they don't take the other two receivers. We all knew they were going to go receiver, and for them to take Henry Ruggs the third, I got to tell you, I'm not that happy if I'm a Vegas Raiders fan. He's a good player. Don't get me wrong, but I'm comparing him to guys, probably like a Robbie Anderson. Not that elite talent like CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy. And all of a sudden, if I'm the Dallas Cowboys at 17, I trade up and I get CeeDee Lamb. Like,
you could have taken Henry Ruggs at 18 if you're Las Vegas. Like, I can't believe 19. Thanks for the correction. I mean, they clearly love this guy. It was clearly, everyone talks about Mike Mayock's mock drafts back in the day, and now his was always different. This is clearly their number one receiver. They're stoked about this.
Going to the fridge with Mike Mayock.
Fundamentals, in terms of the guy that's going to impact your team the most, and I guess we'll find out this year, the fact that they took him over Judy and CeeDee Lamb. Oh wow, that's a great
he just slam dunked the ball a couple times over a player. Just absolutely
he's a freak athlete.
Yeah, okay, get it. So he played basketball in high school. He ran the 100-meter dash in high school and looks like he won it as well. This guy is a fast player.
Running.
I'm not going to argue and say he's not one of the best receivers. He is. But was he the best receiver? I have a problem with some of his route running. I think he's very fast. I think he's going to be able to get the field down. Him with Tyrell Williams and with the slot
Seth Rabbit.
The slot corner who I like, the white guy from Clemson.
I know who you're talking about.
Someone tell us his name.
For all those 0 people watching.
I mean, who is the wide receiver there? Roster, Las Vegas Raiders. Wide receiver. They also picked up Nelson Aguilar. So that Rico Gafford. They have a really good tight end as well, who is
Waller.
Yeah, Waller, who was phenomenal from them last year. Hunter Renfrow. Oh, when I don't get a name, especially in football, I get a little pissed. It's Las Vegas. Oh, it's just a Raiders emblem with
he's rocking a robe.
He's rocking a robe. This guy's got some swag, and I gotta give it to him. I like the background. He's got a poster or banner of him and some of his photos in Alabama. This guy was a good receiver. I'm not gonna take that away. But was he the best player available? That's, in my opinion, no.
And so if you're San Fran, who I believe they did not re-sign Emmanuel Sanders, to my knowledge.
He went to New Orleans.
He did go to New Orleans. You're now looking at 2 wide receivers in Jerry Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb to give Jimmy G. I mean, we already talked. They drafted. Who was the receiver last year that had a great Super Bowl?
Who are we talking about?
On San Fran.
Oh. Continue.
Anyways, if you're trying to put more talent around Jimmy G, giving him more weapons, I mean, their defense speaks for itself. I can't see them not going wide receiver. I think Jerry Jeudy might be a better fit, but if you get CeeDee Lamb, we're talking about a lot of
Samuel.
With Deebo Samuel. Come on, Samuel. You got to know this, Samuel.
Shut the hell up. Well, San Fran, unlike a lot of teams out here, they got this pick through the Indianapolis Colts trade when they traded DeForest Buckner. They didn't really need any holes. This is a team that has very few holes. They also picked including first. So they have 2 picks in the first round, and I think Kyle Shanahan is really going to look at getting a wide receiver. And now with CeeDee Lamb on the board, it's hard to say no. I would be surprised if CeeDee Lamb doesn't get picked here. I had Justin Jefferson getting picked here from the wide receiver from LSU, but with CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy both on the board, it's a little bit of a hard pass when Justin Jefferson is the 4th or 5th best receiver available. So just to recap, in the last 2 picks, Mekhi Becton out of Louisville goes to the Jets, and then maybe Schefter's repeating.
The first time in 2015, we're now at a pick right now where the 49ers are going to trade. They're going to trade with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tom Brady's Bucks are moving up 1 slot.
Trade alert.
Come up with this threat and throw a pass on the board to get Tom Brady more protection. That would be a lot.
Oh my gosh! So
we got a trade.
So we have our first trade. Schefter reports it. Tristan Wirfs is on the board. You're going to get an unbelievable tackle with Rob Gronkowski and Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. I mean, Ronald Jones. This is a great move for the Buccaneers. I'm loving what the Buccaneers are doing. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I tell you, who the fuck is going to care about the Buccaneers and James Winston? I certainly wasn't, and I'm in the NFC. But I got to tell you, I am super thrilled with Bruce Arians leading the charge of what this Buccaneers done and what they were able to do defensively last year with really a couple guys that came out of nowhere. They had that one amazing player defensively. Oh no, I 3 beers in and I'm running out of
names.
I'm running out of names. But I think they're going to go with Tristan Wirfs here. I think that is it. Shaquille Barrett led the league with 19 and a half sacks. And so I think, this is a very good move for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I got to assume that they're going to go up and get, Tristan Wirfs. We'll see what happens. But this is a move where I think it's a no-brainer to get Tristan Wirfs out of Iowa, the best tackle available. Bruce Arians right now on the phone with the new Buccaneers helmet, the new Buccaneers jersey.
I mean, whoever this pick is, and I definitely agree with you, Sam, this is going to be on the O-line. They're joining a team with Tom Brady, with Rob Gronkowski. I mean, Tampa Bay has been making moves to bring a Super Bowl to their organization this year. Now, no one knows what Tom Brady's going to be like without Bill Belichick. But right now, Bruce Arians, first of all, as a Colts fan, great coach. Great offensive mind. He's going to click well with Tom. You already got two great receivers in Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, arguably the best wide receiver duo in the league. So to get that protection for Tom Brady, which I got to assume is where they're going, I can't see them trading up for any other reason. I mean, you've got to be really excited if you're a Tampa Bay fan. Your team just immediately became a Super Bowl contender. I mean, in a division with Atlanta, New Orleans. I mean,
just to point out too, the Buccaneers have the 14th overall pick, so they're only trading up one spot. But maybe they felt that other teams are going to, jump on Tristan Wirfs to, really take that really good offensive tackle remaining. But the Buccaneers, in my opinion, are going to take Tristan Wirfs. I'm not predicting the future. I'm just telling you how it is, and I'm telling you that the reason that they're making up this trade is to get Tristan Wirfs, who is the best tackle left on the board.
Yeah, I think absolutely they traded up for offensive linemen. If you're San Fran, you're almost laughing at this because, I mean, we'll see what the trade details are. I imagine it was either a second or a third involved. And you're still going to be able to get a receiver with your next pick. We do have the pick in. Sam, we need the music.
We don't know the full details of the trade, but the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select.
All right, Goodell, whenever you're ready.
Pick, Tristan Wirfs, Iowa, right?
Yeah. So I feel like this was a no-brainer once that trade happened.
Yes, I absolutely knew that it was going to be Tristan Wirfs. This guy was high on my end. He was the number 4 pick in my mock draft. He falls down to 13 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who trade up one spot. What an absolute steal for Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers under Bruce Arians. I am super thrilled with this move, and I think the Buccaneers really hit a home run. Right now, I think it's the steal of the draft for sure.
And no one hears you say that. Okay.
Oh, wow. 450.
All right, we've been having some technical difficulties. We're 2 hours into this. Trying our best here.
Oh, looks like we're back. So sorry, we had some technical difficulties as we mentioned earlier on at the top of the broadcast. That this was going to be something that is that might happen, and you know we're all dealing with this and our own problems at home. So don't kill us for any of these technical difficulties. But Tristan Wirfs is the pick. This guy just jumped out of a pool and landed on the steps out of it. It was just insane. He was also a guy who bent 450 pounds. Sorry, he squatted 450 pounds, deadlifted 450 pounds 4 times. Excuse me. He was his track and field winner in high school. He was high school state champion in wrestling. This guy is an absolute tank of an offensive lineman, and I really think he's able to move downfield. He's able to block exceptionally, and I think that this is going to be something where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, as Seth mentioned, unless we got cut off, is now a Super Bowl contender. You're getting probably the steal of the draft, in my opinion, a guy who I had fourth overall, now playing under Bruce Arians, one of the best offensive minds in the NFL, with Tom Brady, the best quarterback of all time, with Rob Gronkowski, one of the best tight ends of all time, with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, two of the best wide receivers in the league. And there's the GM for the Buccaneers, high-fiving his kids. That's really adorable. I mean, that's probably one of the nice things that I've been able to take away from this is some of the players hugging their parents in their comfort of their own homes, and some of the managers and coaches hugging their family after they make a trade, because you would be in a big NFL boardroom with all your scouts and all your player personnel, and you're able to have that kind of camaraderie with your family. Like, hey guys, we did it. This is what I'm able to do right now with my brother. So it's the best under the circumstances. But Tristan Wirfs, as I had just mentioned, 13th overall after trading up with the 49ers, just moving up one spot, is the steal of the draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think if you're Tom Brady, you're loving what happened since you came to Tampa Bay. You got your boy Gronk, as you may have saw in the video where he did the call when Gronk came running. You got now a very good offensive tackle, arguably the best offensive tackle on or in this draft. I mean, time will tell. Definitely one of, you can make this argument, but it's going to be really interesting to see him go up against Drew Brees and Matt Ryan twice a year. Mind you, New Orleans Saints, one of the best defensive teams in the league last year, so they definitely needed this. I mean, especially when you look at Cameron Jordan coming in hot, but Tampa Bay making some big plays.
Huge plays, and I think it's they rebranded themselves with the jersey. They obviously brought in Bruce Arians, who did a very formidable job last year with what he's given, with James Winston throwing for over 4,000 yards and throwing 3,000 picks. So you're bringing in the GOAT, you're bringing in Gronk. You've got two outstanding wide receivers. You got Shaq Barrett, who is phenomenal defensively, and you've got now Tristan Wirfs helping that offensive line and protection of Tom TB12 Brady.
And we're at 1minute and 20 seconds left on the clock for San Fran. There could be another trade. That's me.
So sorry, we're just might be getting on another guest, so we're just going through that process. But yeah, San Fran, who trades, we don't know the details of the trade just yet, but they trade down one spot as the Buccaneers were able to move up one spot to get Tristan Wirfs. Tampa coming up, San Fran's getting the 14th and the 117th pick, and giving away the 13th and the last 7th round pick per source. So that is San Fran getting the 14th, so moving down one spot in the 117th pick, which I believe is the 4th round, early on in the 4th round. And then Tampa Bay gets the 13th, and then the last 7th round pick as well. So that's the details of the trade. It's exciting to have a first trade alert. We had the trade alert icon or banner come up on our screen And again, we've had some technical difficulties, but we're just going through it. I'm on my third beer. Seth's on his
second, about to get my third.
About to get his third. I'm waiting for Dallas, who is just 4 picks away. So
we see CeeDee Lamb at home. He's got his balloons. He's got his swag going on. I mean, if you're San Fran,
good trade. Very good trade.
You went to the Super Bowl last year where maybe a lot of people didn't expect that. Jimmy G looked great. Their defense looked phenomenal. You lose Emmanuel Sanders after you traded for him halfway through or at the deadline. And you need some help on the offense. You have a young Deebo Samuel. The running back committee is incredible.
Coleman,
Breda, do you see them going receiver?
100%. That's why I think that trade was great. You're getting a 4th-round pick, and you're only moving down 1 spot. The guy that you're probably going to take was still there 1 spot later because you knew Tampa Bay wanted to get Tristan Wirfs. Maybe they had other trades on the board. Maybe they didn't. Looks like we're bringing our next guest, Steven Godina. Steven Godina, welcome to our live quarantine draft recap or results show. How are you, bud?
You might be muted.
You might be muted a little bit. Check out the bottom right there. But I know you said thanks for having me. You are our 4th guest. So we've been drinking some beers. Hope you have a beer there, Godina. I know you're playing chess with your dad.
We got some technical difficulties.
Difficulties there, Godina. I know you got your beer. There's your bud. There you go. Steven Godina is residing in Beaverton right now, undisclosed location, but he is a master butcher. Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Wow.
They replaced DeForest Buckner. Godina, you might have to check your audio, bud.
Godina, check your audio on your computer or put in your earphones maybe, because we are having problems hearing you. But just to recap, Javon Kinlaw, the South Carolina Gamecock defensive tackle. I like to say South Carolina Gamecock. Their defensive tackle. He's going to go 14th. That's a bit of a shock to both of us, not taking a wide receiver there. But as you mentioned, Seth, they're replacing DeForest Buckner. Godina, do we hear you? Can we hear you?
No.
Hold on, give us a minute. We've had a little bit of technical difficulties. We're trying to get you in there. Oh, there we go. Godina, how are you, buddy?
You can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you much better now.
Okay, great.
How are you, man?
Great, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on the show here.
Thanks for joining us. So first and foremost, chess, who won? Was it you or your dad?
Oh, I lost. Big time. Took the queen early. Didn't stand a chance.
Well, you know what? He does have some age. He does have some experience. But thank you for joining Seth and I on this draft show. We're trying to do something a little bit different, and we thought this would be a really fun idea to get some people on the show.
Right.
But how are you doing? How's quarantine going? And how have you been?
I'm doing fine. I'm happy to see the draft still taking place. It would have been sad if they had to postpone it, but the dreams are being made here. And it's very good that it's taken place. Myself, during the quarantine, just been up in Beaverton, hanging around, doing chores around the house, cleaning up. Just the usual. How about you guys?
Yeah. We're doing great. We're residing in our house, and we're watching all these coaches and managers who are used to be in these draft war rooms, being in their kitchens and having their kids there and family there. I guess firstly, I know how big of a sports fan you are. We were in a bit of a pretty intense fantasy football league
Right.
not too long ago. What's it like just to have something to talk about sports related?
Oh, I know. It's amazing. I mean, I'm literally running out of things to do every night. So, right now I should be watching the Leafs going into the second round after they dust off whoever they're going to play, Boston or whatever. But, I was looking forward to seeing the Cup this year, but it sucks that the Habs weren't able to make it anyways. But who cares? Who cares at this point? I don't even know if the playoffs are going to be taking place. But there's always next year for the Habs. So We'll see.
There's next year for everyone.
Yeah. Hello, no one's gonna fucking finish this league.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I gotta say, I'm liking the quarantine beard you got going on.
Yeah, it's getting pretty thick. Oh wait, which way? You're
good. You're good. He did shave his head the other day. He did show me a photo.
my dad's starting to give me.
There we go. Look at that beauty.
My dad's starting to give me shit. He's telling me I'm starting to look homeless, so I gotta. I might trim it. Who knows? I know Sam just recently gave up on his quarantine beard.
He did.
Mine was good, so fucking gross. It was literally down to here, and I was getting food and stuff stuck in it. I said, let me just shave it and trim it off. And not that I'm seeing anybody, but it was too much of a hassle for me to keep that going. But yours looks really nice. Seth comes in really nice as well. Unfortunately, I don't really have that. So I just do the whole chin strap, if you will.
Sam's got the Mr. Miyagi where.
Yeah, he's got the goat.
Mr. Who?
Miyagi?
No.
Yeah. You got the goat beard.
Yeah. The goat beard. Hey. Don't make fun of me.
So are you happy with Dallas's selections?
Well, Dallas hasn't selected anything. They're selecting about 3 picks. So I'm anticipating. There's been some big surprises. Just to give you a quick update, Joe Burrow, he goes first overall, which wasn't a surprise. He's the beauty out of LSU. And then another pick, we had Stu Wilson. All he wanted to talk about was Tua Tagovailoa. He goes to Miami at 5th overall. But we still have some of the best receivers available in CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy. And
I gotta imagine one of them going into Denver right now.
Yeah, John Elway, Hall of Famer quarterback. Brings a championship as a manager as well, bringing Peyton Manning. They're gonna go with a young quarterback in Paxton Lynch, I believe. No. Who's the guy that brought him?
It
wasn't Simeon.
Quarterback.
Drew Lock.
Drew Lock.
Man,
we've been so bad with names.
This is 2 hours and 12 minutes in. The first hour I was like nailing names. 3 beers, 4 beers later, I'm going.
Yeah.
Who are these guys? Jerry Jeudy, Denver Broncos. That's a Jeff Peebles pick. I'm gonna text this guy later. He's a big Denver Broncos fan, and that is a great move for them. He was arguably the best receiver available in the entire draft. And when you saw Henry Ruggs go 12th overall to the Las Vegas Raiders, who was the fastest receiver available, Jared Jeudy out of Alabama. I know you're very much a casual fan, Godina, but if you had to pick a team that you would say that you support, would you say you have one?
As of last year, I bought a 6-pack and I got a free hat, and I just kind of had to go with it. And I'm gonna say I'm a Seahawks fan.
The Seattle Seahawks free hat in the Budweiser pack. So Seattle's picking 27th overall. Obviously, they're led by Russell Wilson. They get to the playoffs last year in a wild card spot. What do you think if you're a Seattle fan? What do you think would be something that they would have to look for position wise? Where would you go?
You know what? I think stud wide receiver would be pretty nice in the first round. I know that this draft has been pretty offensively focused. But yeah, I'd like to see a nice receiver slot in there. I know Lockett's in there.
Yeah, they also got DK Metcalf last year.
Oh yeah.
I have them taking offensive tackle Joshua Jones out of Houston. I think anything to get protection for Russell Wilson in a division where you have Aaron Donald and you have in the Los Angeles Rams, and you have Nick Bosa in San Fran, and then Arizona was able to grab Isaiah Simmons in this draft. I think they're probably going to go offensive tackle. I mean, that's later on. We've had one trade to report, but look, anything to talk about sports. We thought this was a good idea the other night, and we set this up. You're our fourth
less
guest.
Than 24 hours.
Less than 24 hours. Excuse me.
I love it.
Seth's got the pick coming in. I've been playing the draft song. I'll give you the little.
Nice.
So we're trying
96 Studios, baby.
96 Studios. Big shout out to 96 Studios. If you haven't heard, they're an unbelievable. I guess you want to explain it best.
Okay, so 96
Are you guys
studios.
beside each other or something?
We are right next to each other. 96 Studios, a creative media firm. We do all kinds of stuff, whether it's video production, podcasting. We're now adapting to the times and doing streams like this. So this was a really fun way for me to just learn how to use StreamYard, which I had learned from someone from Gary V, which is not trying to be a humble brag, but it's definitely a humble brag. And it's just been fun. I mean, we were talking last night about how great of an idea this would be, and to just go on live, and just for us, like we were gonna watch it regardless. Might as well bring in some of our great friends like you, Gadina, and just talk about it and have fun, drink a few beers, and
plug your podcast. This is the perfect opportunity.
Yeah. Well, this is the start of something huge for you guys.
It's huge. This is the beginning.
We are giving away. So we started a podcast with Daniel Carcillo. This guy, he led the league back-to-back years in penalty minutes in the NHL. But
YouTube Dan Carcillo fights. If you don't know who Dan Carcillo is.
But he has went through a whole transformation. The last 4 years he learned his brain. Spent $200,000. Realized that what he was spending his money on wasn't actually helping him, and now he's really being to plant medicine into sharing his journey and what has saved him with a lot of other people, especially high-level trauma communities. So our first episode released on 4/20/2020 with CBD expert Dr. Mike Hart. Gadina, not sure if you had the check it out, but I'm putting you on the hot seat right now.
Too busy making sausages.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that one, no.
Well, it's a great episode for all of those, especially in Canada where cannabis is legal, to actually learn about the full spectrum of cannabis. Episode called Post-Traumatic Growth, and talking about using cannabis to really help with mental health, insomnia, PTSD. They're coming out. They got accepted, a few doctors, to see how cannabis can actually help with COVID. Which is really interesting. Apparently, there's a lot of ways where it could make it not as the symptoms not as bad. So they just got government access for that. And it was a great episode, and we're gonna do a lot more and do a lot more stuff like this.
Nice. Well, I'll definitely tune in to the next one. Is there a way to see?
To listen to it.
Is there a way to see the past episodes?
Yeah, if you go on, whether it's Apple, Spotify, or Google, or YouTube even. I'm not sure.
I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link after.
Sam will send you the link.
But you know what? I've met Dan Carcillo. Obviously, he's gone a lot closer with Seth in the last couple months. Seth's been to his house. They're working very closely on some really exciting creative stuff. And all I knew from Dan Carcillo was watching him play with the Flyers or the Blackhawks or the Rangers as being a bit of a goon. But when you meet this guy and you listen to him talk, you realize that his knowledge is just, second to none. He's really done his research. He's really been top of the line in terms of CBD and what it can be doing. He's also big into mushrooms, I guess you call it psychedelics, and what that could do for people. So that is something I'm very much excited to see what Seth and 96 Studios produce. Shout out to Ryan Sun and Cam Banica. Banica, I should say. Cam Banica, my apologies. But so we got
appreciate the plug.
We got the Atlanta Falcons on the clock right now. The Atlanta Falcons brought in Todd Gurley, a guy who was incredible 2 years ago, and then last year had a bit of a tough year with injuries. The Falcons right now, I had them, actually trading up and getting a cornerback. That might be the plug right here with a couple players left on the board. Some of the better ones, Xavier McKinney, safety out of Alabama. He's still on the board. And then obviously you have CeeDee Lamb. But right now at 16 with Dallas quickly approaching. If I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan, which I clearly am, as you can tell by my jersey and my hat.
Really?
And my Corolla I have right next to me, I'd be happy with either of those picks. So I'm curious to see what Dan Quinn and Arthur Blank, the owner and head coach, choose right now. But We're 2 hours and 20 minutes in. We want to thank our guests, Stuart Wilson, Mike Downey, Griffin Stapley, and now Stephen Godina. It's really been a really fun time, and we're halfway through the draft, and we're moving at a very slow pace with some technical difficulties. But there's Goodell, so we're gonna boo him. We're gonna play the sound. We're gonna get the pick sound in. AJ Terrell, cornerback out of Clemson. Wow, that is a very interesting pick. You're telling me that CeeDee Lamb is available for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm freaking out right now.
You have to take CeeDee Lamb.
You have to take CeeDee Lamb.
You lost Cobb. You lost Beasley a year ago. But still.
AJ Terrell, Sam, what do you see in that?
I don't know who he is. He's a cornerback for Clemson. He obviously went to the championship game. He's amazing. I mean, this guy was the one of the best cornerbacks available in the draft. I'm actually not surprised that they went cornerback, as I just mentioned a few minutes ago. I think they were going to go cornerback, by trading up, but they never traded up with Jacksonville. This guy, the only problem I have with him is I think he's good with his zone coverage. His hands aren't the greatest. Not a lot of interceptions for AJ Terrell, but does play man-to-man pretty well. He's going to need some secondary help. He's going to be in a division with the New Orleans Saints, who have Michael Thomas, the best receiver in the game, Emmanuel Sanders. You're going to have Tampa Bay coming at you with Chris Godwin and Brady and Gronkowski. What do you think about Gronkowski coming back to the NFL, by the way?
I don't know, man. It kind of worries me, when a player leaves and retires from injury. That's always scary. So, I'm happy to see him come back, but it's tough to see. I mean, it's tough to watch sometimes because you're just worried about re-injury and he retired for a reason in the first place. But I guess Brady going to a new team, he kind of had that spark where you're just like, I can still make a difference in the league and I'm going to give it another shot. So, I'm happy for him. He's back in the league, and obviously he's one of the most dominant tight ends in the league, if not ever. So, good to see him come back, but, it's kind of worrisome, but, players, like a lot of players, they can't leave the game. So, good to see him back anyways.
I understand that. I remember when Marshawn Lynch came back last year, I was like, whoa, this is I get it, but really? But Gronk's a whole different story. We're talking about multiple concussions.
He came back with the Vegas, and then he retired again, and he came back to Seattle.
That is true. A few weeks. That is very true. But Gronk's a different story with the amount of injuries he's happened, the head injuries specifically. So I totally am on the same page with you, where it's like, a part of me is excited to see Gronk back, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know.
And he's the 24/7 WWE champion. So I don't know. A month ago or 2 months ago, I was reading reports from ESPN that Rob Gronkowski is signing a deal with the WWE. And I said, well, what are you doing in the WWE?
Yeah.
Then he hosted WrestleMania. Then he won a belt in WrestleMania. And you're thinking, all right, Gronkowski, this is what your future is going to be. Now he's back with Tom Brady. I don't know if you saw the tweet Tom Brady had. He had the old anchorman, the seashell, the woo, and he called on Gronkowski. And
I saw that.
Yeah, so it was pretty comical. And Gronkowski said in an interview this morning on NFL.com that Brady was his quarterback. If Brady was going to Tampa Bay, it just seemed like the right fit for him. But this is a guy who's had severe back injuries, and like you mentioned, Godina, this guy retired for a reason, and then you take a year off, which is great and all. But now he's coming back, and you're playing with arguably no worries. So he was playing with arguably the most physical league in the NFL. We all got to take pisses. We all got to be great.
Deal, but you can't right now. The Cowboys, 2 minutes
I'm
away.
not. I'm throwing up my beer.
You gotta arguably, you gotta.
You got another beer? Or is that what you win?
Me?
Yeah.
No, my dad was calling me.
Oh, okay, no worries. You have to go. I get it.
Sam, when we were going to this draft, we were really excited with pick number 17. I can't imagine you thinking that CeeDee Lamb was still going to be on the board.
I'm standing right now, and the reason I'm standing is because
you're nervous.
The last time I was like this amped up about a pick And again, it's not a top 5 pick, but when the Cowboys took Zeke Elliott, I was going, woo!
So who are they taking, Sam? Who are they taking here?
His $1 billion home. This guy is made out of money.
Like
that's his grandson with him. I don't know where Stephen Jones is. He's somewhere else. Dallas Cowboys, obviously the biggest move, for them this offseason was bringing in Mike McCarthy, head coach. I would love CeeDee Lamb, like, ridiculously. I would actually, like, scream really loud if they get CeeDee Lamb. I've had them taking Xavier McKinney, the safety out of Alabama. I do think that safety is such an important need for the Cowboys right now. There's Mike McCarthy, but CeeDee Lamb is the best prospect available. And so I guess if you were a general manager of the NFL or NHL, do you go with the best player available, or do you fill a position that you need? What's your thought process? This is what I've been asking all of our guests.
See, I think it depends. I think it depends on the gap. I mean, if there's a player that can fill the spot that you need, it's not a big difference from the top pick, then I say you wait for it because there's obviously a spot that you need to fill. But if the gap is too large and you have that one player that everyone wants, I mean, you go right up and you take them.
Oh my gosh, I'm like actually like kind of like
I agree with you.
Sure. Yeah, I think you make a very valid point. I'm kind of just like also like zoned in right now. Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones are.
Who are they taking, Sam? Who are they taking?
I think if you're going for the player that's the best player available, even though you have, a great wide receiver in Amari Cooper and another one in Michael Gallup, you take CeeDee Lamb and you go, let's destroy teams with 50 points a game. If you're taking the player based on your need, it's Xavier McKinney, the safety Alabama. Here we go. Let's go. CeeDee Lamb. Let's go. The Dallas Cowboys select CeeDee Lamb! Woo! I can read lips! Let's go! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Yes! Oh my God!
Hey, we're on live television there, Sam.
We've been swearing for the last hour. Yes! Oh my God! This is like a dream come true right now.
This is your best pick you could have imagined for.
Yes! We just paid Amari Cooper $100 million, and we just got the best wide receiver in the fucking draft. Let's go! Woo!
So if you can't tell the listeners at home, we had one viewer, they left immediately. Sam's pumped right now.
I don't even care. We've been going for 2.5 hours. I've been waiting for this, and I'm watching this guy drop, going, okay, let's see what's going to happen. This guy is the best route runner I've seen in a while, and he is explosive. He is dynamic. He makes plays. Look at this. He stays on his feet and moves the ball. This guy, I'm buying it.
Dak Prescott, you're pumped.
I am buying a CeeDee Lamb jersey. Like,
you're already sold, eh? You're already sold. He's the player you need.
This guy is so good.
What if he pulls an Amari Cooper his first couple years and can't catch a ball?
No, don't even say it.
The thing is, though, as we're watching a highlight, you could throw this guy the ball within like 2 yards, and he'll take it for 80. He'll take it to the
This guy
is a really good pick for Dallas.
This is such a good pick for Dallas. And I know we need a safety, but we'll put up 55 points a game with Mike McCarthy's offense, Zeke Elliott, Dak Prescott, Amari, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, Blake Jarwin. I mean, I could list all the names at this point. This is the best pick. I actually kind of want to hear what they're having to say about this, but it's honestly, this is a guy who grew up a Dallas Cowboys fan, and he is absolutely the best pick available, and so I am certainly thrilled with this pick. I honestly, we were just talking about it a couple minutes ago. Do you go with the best player available, or do you go with the best position available that you need to get filled? And they go with the best player available. CeeDee Lamb was the number one prospect on everyone's board that was remaining. This was just really look at Jerry Jones. He lives in like a spaceship. But I'm actually like at a loss for words. I want to hear what Michael Irvin has to say.
What rank wide receiver, Sam? What rank wide receiver was he?
you can argue he's number one.
In the draft or available?
Yeah, in the draft.
Oh, in my draft pick, he was number one. So I had guys. I had him going a lot earlier, and they went with other receivers. Henry Riggs went before him. Jerry Jeudy went before him. And so this guy kind of falls into Dallas' lap. And that's why, for the one listener that was listening, that's why I
that was listening.
That was listening. I was screwed. Well, we'll put this on YouTube and we'll put it on Facebook. But I was absolutely just insanely excited about that pick, and I am like I'm actually like at a loss for words because it's one of those things where if you have a top pick, you're like, okay, I can kind of see, maybe number 4, number 5, who's available for me. At 17, you have no idea how the draft's going to go, so you're kind of hoping and kind of seeing where maybe Dallas is going to go. There's so many mock drafts out there, and yet they get arguably one of the best prospects in the draft. Definitely, in my opinion, the best wide receiver in the draft. And I want to even take a photo of this thing that we have, which is CD Lamb, right there.
CD
Lamb. That was gonna go on the Snappy Chatty.
You can spell his name with 2 letters.
I know, but it's not spelled like that. It's C-E-E-D.
You can put him right into your radio.
Yeah, that was a great pick. Absolutely. Dina, I don't know if we just lost internet here.
No, I think we're good.
No, we're good.
Tell me how you've just been, kind of managing through these crazy times. And obviously, I know you've been working for your dad, as Sam told me. But how's everything going for you over there?
Yeah, it's going all right. I worked for the most part, but with the tough times, the tough decisions, and now I'm, try to get up early, stay productive every day. You don't want to turn into just like a couch potato doing nothing all day. So, starting to get into a gym routine. Haven't gotten anything solid set yet, but definitely looking to do that. Definitely had a couple more drinks than I'd like to at the same time. You never want to be that guy drinking alone by himself at home, but that's definitely been me over the break. Yeah. So, but yeah, other than that, just helping out around the house, going outside, trying to get some air. It sucks you don't get to like hang out with your friends or do anything social, but at the same time, I mean, doing cool stuff like this online, talking to people through the computer, you're just getting things done.
No, for sure. I find staying busy has been what's helped keep me sane. I've had a lot on my plate, so that's definitely been a positive. But I totally agree. Like it's in a way, as Sam's freaking out, and it's bringing us all closer. Like we would have never thought about doing something like this, and this is just fun for us to do, right? And to have it as close to official as we possibly can, and to have like people
it looks pretty legit. I mean, I feel like I'm on live television right now.
Yeah, I know it
feels like that.
So many people right now.
Yeah. The entire American audience. What's going on, guys?
What?
We hear footsteps. Yes, we live with the parents.
Seth, when are the Colts picking? Did they pick already?
They traded their pick for DeForest Buckner, who is arguably the best young defensive lineman in the game. And I love that trade. I think we might trade up because we do have the second pick in the second round. So that is expendable. I just wanted to be a part of and represent as we are in front of so many people right now. It's just like I think the Colts have made all the right moves that they had to this offseason. I really like them getting Phillip Rivers only because of the contract. 1 year, I feel like you can't really lose with like a 1 year trial with a future Hall of Fame quarterback.
Who are the Chargers going with?
They took Justin Herbert, quarterback out of Oregon.
All right. So is that going to be their starter or what?
No one really knows.
Not probably week 1,
people
but
thinking
eventually.
Tyrod Taylor. But I think this kid.
Oh, they got Tyrod also?
Yeah. There's also, I mean, mind you, there's Cam Newton. Oh, we're looking at the trade for.
Yeah, that's how the Dolphins have their second first round.
But there's still Cam Newton, Jameis Winston out there, right?
Mhm.
Josh Rosen's going to get chopped too with the draft pick of Tua Tagovailoa. I can't say it.
Tagovailoa.
That one, yep. So it's definitely going to be interesting as Miami.
Brian
pick
Flores'
is in.
kid is like freaking out. It's like, what? And that's the funny part about doing a draft at home is this guy's doing a draft with his two kids right beside him. He's the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, the general manager, and that's the thing. They're so Gudina. I don't know if you were on before. They're all booing Goodell every time he comes on, but they're doing the calls through an email or text message, and the Miami Dolphins, who are already picking Tua Tagovailoa, are probably going to go Xavier McKinney, I would think, getting a safety out of Alabama. No, they take offensive tackle Austin Jackson out of USC. Not a bad pick. Obviously, you're protecting Tua now. They went to there was 3 quarterbacks chosen in the top 6 picks. So, taking Tua Tagovailoa and now getting a solid, blue line or blue, what do you call blue blood or blue collar, I should say.
Blue line defenseman.
Blue line defenseman, wrong sport, Sam. Blue collar offensive lineman who's going to give you everything he got on every down. It's a good move. And he donated his bone marrow to his sister Autumn in 2019. This is a guy who is a really good person, a really good player. It's a good move. It's a solid move for the Dolphins. I think it's a really solid move.
And Sam, I want to hear your opinion on this. What do you see in the Dolphins in the next couple of years? Do you see them making the playoffs?
Well, here's the thing, and we talked about it a little bit with Stu Wilson earlier in the day. We talked about it with Griffin Stapley, who's a big Dolphins fan as well. They're in a division without Tom Brady anymore.
Right.
The Patriots dynasty is over. Let's be real.
They have the best defensive team in the league. But
you're not going to win games 3-0 or 6-0. They lost Goskowski too. Like, I honestly think the Patriots are going to go like 5-11 next year, and that's the best case scenario. So
wow, heard it here for
best case.
That's the Patriots' best case. I think the Jets are kind of middle of the pack. They took Mekhi Becton, the offensive tackle out of Louisville, to really help Sam Darnold, but they still have a lot of holes. So I think Buffalo is the clear-cut favorite for me. A playoff team.
It's Buffalo's time, finally.
Yeah, they exactly. They almost beat Houston last year. Then they bring in Stephon Diggs from Minnesota to go with Josh Brown and Cole Beasley, and their defense is also a stud. So I think Buffalo's going to be there at 11.
Allen's also looking nice too.
Yeah, and I think Miami. I honestly, I would probably say 2 years away. They spent a ton of money on their defense, getting guys like Kyle Van Noy and Byron Jones. They spent the most money from any team. Now they have a franchise quarterback in Tua Tagovailoa. They have a good wide receiver in Devontae Parker. And now you take a offensive lineman who, by all accounts, is not a bad offensive lineman, Austin Jackson out of USC. So they still have a third first-round pick, so they will have another pick to select someone else. But I think that the Dolphins in about a year, videotaping this, in a year or two are going to be a wild card team for sure. I think the Bills division the next 3 to 5 years, and then the Dolphins are going to be a team that's going to, have to compete. I honestly think if I had to pick my playoffs for the AFC right now, I'd probably go 1 Kansas City. I'd probably go 2 Buffalo, 3 Indy. Probably go 2 Baltimore, 3 Buffalo, 4 Indy, 5 Tennessee, and then I probably give that 6-1 to maybe Cleveland. But I really think between Cleveland and I can't even think who would be that 16 right now.
I wouldn't say Chargers.
No.
I wouldn't say the Raiders.
No, I wouldn't say
Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, you can argue Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Their defense did look good. Jets, no. Miami, no. Houston, I really don't know if Houston's good. Like, they did get Brandon Cooks in replacement of DeAndre Hopkins. But as we go to this Raiders pick, maybe this will be the reason that they go.
The Raiders also took Henry Ruggs earlier. I don't know how they didn't take CeeDee Lamb, but thankfully the Dallas Cowboys. They take. Oh, they're showing the Vegas new stadium. And this is where this draft was supposed to be. This was going to be one hell of a draft in Las Vegas. I might have even been there. Who knows? There are possibilities of that maybe happening. But
here you are with me, and
we're all within. We're all within each other. But the Las Vegas Raiders, with the 19th pick in the 2020 draft, have selected
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas. You get the cheerleaders in the background. You got some fans. Roger Goodell, Damon Arnett out of Ohio State. No idea who he is. 2019 second team All Big Ten. There's a 3-month-old son named Tyson, nicknamed Ace. So there you go. But you know what? I will say that that's a good move to going defensive. They went wide receiver offensively first round to help with, I guess, Marcus Mariota or Derek Carr. But now you're going defense to really help that defense with Jonathan Abram. And I think that's going to help that secondary a lot. This is a team that's got to face Patrick Mahomes twice a year. This is a guy, a team in John Gruden that is trying to build an identity. They had 3 first-round picks last year. They had 2 first-round picks this year. And we'll see, only a couple of years will tell. I know we've given you a long-winded answer, but I think to go back to what you said about Miami, I think they're about 2 or 3 years away from being
kind of
back. just circle back after, pick.
But yeah, I think they're going to have a solid team in the coming years. So, yeah.
And Gadina,
with the Patriots gone.
Can you tell all the people about Sam's fantasy woes?
His what?
I didn't come last.
His fantasy football woes.
I won
twice. He came in saying he was going to win, and he was just straight to the bottom, right out the gate. And it took him a while to get out of the basement, but he didn't finish in last. He finished close to last, though.
I changed my name to Bobby Boucher and Waterboy, changed it 5 times, and we would chat about it every single day.
Honestly, I don't even know how you got a couple wins. Your team was trash.
I made a trade for Jared Goff. Here's what I did wrong. I totally botched the quarterback stats where I wrote 10 yards.
Oh yeah, you messed up the league before you messed up your own team.
Then I take Ben Roethlisberger and Juju Smith-Schuster in my first 2 of my 3 picks, and I think I'm set. They're gonna throw for 1,000 yards now that Antonio Brown's gone. And then Ben Roethlisberger after week 1 is done for the year. And then no one was throwing to Juju Smith-Schuster. So I was fucked from the beginning. But you know what? I didn't come in last. Shout out to Alex Carbone, who didn't wear a frog costume, which is what he should have done. So
would you have worn the costume?
Oh, I would. I was fully on board. I was fully on board. STJ was fully on board with the whole loser has to do something, and I said, okay, I'll buy drinks. Then Kevin Reeves Connell said, no, you're going to wear a frog costume. And then I didn't come in last. So, I think if you come in last.
We should still hold it to Carbone. We need to get that costume on him.
Yeah, well, we tried. This guy was, he's a ginger. So, first of all, he has no soul. Second of all, he said, no, I'm not going to do it. And he was adamant about it. So, Carbone, if you're listening, or when I put this on YouTube.
Yeah, I think you have a little ginge in your beard too, don't you?
Yeah, I know.
I do. I got the Auburn.
Yeah, I got a little strawberry red.
I got a couple.
And you got a couple. Unfortunately, my facial hair doesn't grow in the same color that my hair grows in. And every girl I've ever dated or gone on dates with go, oh, you got some tinge. Why don't you shave it off? I go, well, if I shave it off, I look like a 12-year-old. And then they have to comment on the fact that my beard and my facial hair is a color of orange. I don't want to hear that. Move on. Bye-bye. That's why I'm still single. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's why.
Oh, yeah, that's bye-bye. That's why. You don't like the fans here? Bye-bye. Out the door you go. But, definitely, we're so thankful for having you on, Godina. This has definitely been really fun. If you want, you can stay on. If you want, you can head off. It's up to you. We're not holding anyone against their own will here. But
I'm gonna have to actually head out soon. I gotta put on siding tomorrow morning, bright and early.
That sounds fun. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, me neither. Someone's gonna show me how to do it. I'm gonna do it. So.
Well, look, what better time to pick up a new trade than during quarantine?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Learn some new skills.
Well, we're 2 hours and 45 minutes in, and given the fact that it's a 20th pick, we probably have another hour going. So,
yes, pretty much. But if you got to run, Godino, we definitely cheers you, and we thank you for joining us on this quarantine show. And,
wait, gotta cover the label.
Yeah, we'll cover the. That's why I put.
We need to ask for sponsorship.
Yeah, I put mine in a Zeke Elliott beer holder. So, we definitely appreciate you jumping on with us, and we'll let you go. But stay safe, stay well, my friend, and we'll touch base soon.
Take it easy. Thanks for having me.
Always, my pleasure. That was Stephen Godina, our fourth guest. Do we have any more guests coming on? I don't think so.
We do have Griff coming on for the Miami pick later. But right now, let's just talk about.
They just made another pick, Miami.
Made the third.
I know. So we're talking about.
I know. We're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for checking in. So right now, as we are live for the NFL draft, the Jaguars pick is in. This is going to be the 20th pick of the 2020 draft. That has been, you got to give credit to the NFL for still going through with it, adapting to these unprecedented times. Sam and I have been talking football for about 3 hours right now, and we are loving every second of it.
I can't even believe it's 3 hours. I feel like this is just kind of rolling off the cuff. Even though about an hour and a half in, I didn't know anyone's names on any players. Like Hunter Renfro and guys like Debo Samuel. But now I remember them. It's weird. It's like I feel like I go in waves of like the first hour. I'm like, I had a beer and a half, and I'm feeling good. And then once that second beer and third beer come in, I go back. And once that third beer and fourth come back, I'm coming back up. It's like I'm almost Rain Man in that sense. And then I'm able to kind of pick up where I started, more beers I get in. It's like, or maybe I'm like Zach Galifianakis in Hangover. I'm just able to go, and get all the names as they like are in the back of my brain somewhere.
Well, I think, what the biggest thing is that we just fucking love football. We are so excited for the draft to happen. Given the fact that we are in ridiculously unprecedented times, we thought what better way to do this than, doing it live for 4 hours. Sam, you're obviously stoked about the CeeDee Lamb pick.
Yes.
Would you say that's the steal of the draft?
Before I get into that, future schedule NFL draft sites: Cleveland 2021. Vegas is going to get in 2022 again to remake what we didn't do this year, and then Kansas City will be 2023. So. I'd probably say, well, first of all, I don't know who Damon Arnett was for the Raiders. I think that was really weird. Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs going to the AFC West, Henry Ruggs to Vegas, Jerry Jeudy to the Broncos. What's my biggest surprise so far? Oh, hold on. We'll announce that in just a minute. Here's the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Clavon Chason. Actually, who I had. Actually, just to point out, they were my 20th pick. You could kind of see it right there, Clavon Chason. I did have that pick as my 20th pick. I think that's a very good move for them. He'll be playing with Miles Jack in that, front seven. And I think, Jacksonville early on in the night, they took Wills Jr., a good offensive lineman who I thought was a bit of a reach at the moment, but, someone that's going to help them. And now you get Clavon Chason, who's coming from the national champion LSU Tigers. I think right now I'd probably give them a B+ on their draft. I think they're trying to refill some of the holes that they obviously left at the time. With losing guys like Calais Campbell and losing guys like AJ Boyd, Jalen Ramsey. But yeah, do I think CeeDee Lamb is the surprise of the pick? of the draft, or I would probably say I'm surprised.
When you before this live started, and I wish we would have asked you. I mean, I think you said Xavier McKinney.
I said Xavier McKinney. I
you didn't know CD was gonna. And then when San Fran took Javon Kinlaw, that's where I was just like, shit, this might happen for you.
Well, yeah, and then Jerry Jeudy went to Denver at 15, and then
which you would have also been happy with.
No,
I would rather CD over Jerry Jeudy.
100%.
Interesting.
100%. If it was between Jerry Jeudy or Xavier McKinney, I would have said go with the pick in terms of the position that you need the most. C.J. Henderson, and Clavin Chason, 2 defensive players for Jacksonville. They're trying to remake their defense.
I mean, when you lose Ramsey and AJ Boye, you gotta try and find
and Calais Campbell.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a Colts fan like myself, you're loving the fact that the Jacksonville defense, which has been, something that we've somewhat been worried about, has depleted in a sense. But they do get 2 pretty solid players to add to
and Doug Marrone still has a job. That is a big question. Eagles pick is in. I'm gonna go get my phone charger. I will be right back.
So now we just got me and to the one viewer who's watching. Give us a comment. Let us know if you are enjoying this. This is just fun for us. We're honestly just a couple of football fans just trying to make the most of this, crazy time. This has been a really, really interesting draft. Not the kind of draft we're used to, given, the fact that everyone's in their homes. You see Doug Peterson, the head coach of the Eagles, with his kid. But only one trade, a few surprises, but for the most part, I'd say people are going right where a lot of people expected. I would say, to me, the best pick that happened was Isaiah Simmons to Arizona. I still think that's a top 5 pick that Arizona was able to get at 8. Obviously, Dallas Cowboys getting CeeDee Lamb, who a lot of people had as the number 1 receiver in the draft, going at 17, absolute steal. Tampa Bay getting Tristan Wirfs, I think that was just, it was almost too good to be true, especially if you're Tom Brady and the decision you made this offseason to go to Tampa Bay. And now we got the Eagles. Pick is in. I wouldn't be surprised after Malcolm Jenkins had, left. As actually, I was about to say Xavier McKinney, but I just see Justin Jefferson on the phone. So it's a pretty good inclination that, especially with Nelson Aguilar off the team going to the Raiders, that Justin Jefferson could be the guy they are looking for. Which to me, I now still think Xavier McKinney is the best player on the board, but we just saw a lot of, easy tells to what should be Justin Jefferson, to the point where I'm getting this graphic ready, knowing that. I hope you guys have really been enjoying this. This was, again, we thought about doing this last night at like midnight. Given the fact that I learned what StreamYard was about a couple days ago, this has been nothing but exciting for us. We've had some of our really good friends join. Excuse me. That's probably my 10th beer, or 10th burp, sorry, if anyone's counting. But this has been super fun for us. We've had a lot of great friends who we haven't been able to see in over 6 weeks. We've had Griffin, we've had Downey, we've had Stewart, we have Jadina, and I'm here with my best friend and older brother, Sam Emerson. Sam, CeeDee Lamb, as the Eagles are about to take Justin Jefferson. Is that what's going to happen? Well, he was on the phone and his whole family was like pointing at him. So I feel like that's a pretty good assumption.
I think that's a good pick.
How have you been enjoying yourself? Like, this is not the typical draft.
I'm having so much fun. I'm having the most fun. I mean, I'm thrilled with Dallas' pick, rocking the Thanksgiving star jersey. It's Des Bryant jersey. So he ain't coming back, or at least he's not coming back to Dallas. But I'm having so much fun with what the Dallas Cowboys have done. Drafting CeeDee Lamb out of Oklahoma, in my opinion, the best receiver. Let's get the music going because we have a pick in for the Philadelphia Eagles. It's probably going to be Justin Jefferson, as Seth alluded to. I love that sound. That should be my ringtone. But yeah, the Eagles, who made the playoffs by winning a very weak NFC East last year, overtaking the Cowboys by just one game, beating them in Week 16, was really the de facto factor in that. But they take Jalen Rager, a wide receiver out of TCU, not Justin Jefferson. So we're about 3 hours into this, and honestly, this time has been flying by. We started around 7:50. It's around 10:50 now. And I got to tell you, this has been really fun. Seth, major props to you for getting the whole thing done on a technological standpoint. Shout out to 96 Studios again for just being, that amazing platform. You're going to see some really cool things that 96 Studios is doing over the next few months. And I think that going forward, you look out for 96 Studios. But in terms of this pick, Jalen Rager, his father, actually was a defensive tackle for the Tennessee Titans. He's a good receiver for TCU. I do like his route running skills. We were just watching him run a wide receiver screen where he ran all the way back, flips a couple tackles, breaks through a couple tackles on it's a very weak defensive team, it looks like, and then breaks into the end zone. So this is a guy that is able to create distance. Obviously, they are thinking of moving on from Alshon Jeffrey. Alshon Jeffrey. They still have Deshaun Jackson. They still have Zach Ertz. They still, are a good team with Carson Wentz, leading the helm. And so getting a guy with a wide receiver, I'm not surprised.
It looks like Deshaun Jackson.
A little surprised that it's not Justin Jefferson out of LSU, but Jalen Rager out of TCU. He becomes the 21st pick of the NFL draft. And to your point, Seth, this has just been really, really fun, really exciting.
We're 3 hours into this, and honestly, there's no one else I'd rather do this with. Obviously, there's no one else I can do this with, considering what we're going can't really leave. But this has been a lot of fun. I mean, we wait for the draft every year. Yeah. We love it. This is one of my favorite days of the year. 100%. So to be able to do something this way and to be able to use what I've learned through my time with 96 Studios and the growth that we've been able to experience, to be able to apply it for something that I'm so passionate about, which is football and the NFL draft in particular. Honestly, it's been surreal. Even when we were setting it up today, and mind you, I think this whole thing's been sponsored by our burps.
By our burps and our hiccups.
Our burps and hiccups.
Shout out to burps and hiccups.
And technical difficulties. But, it's just been fun as we have the pick is in. I think, this Philly pick is a shock because I literally saw Justin Jefferson on the phone, which I imagine was now with his agent.
He's going to go to Minnesota.
And I saw his buddy on the couch just pointing at him. So I was almost convinced. I even put Justin Jefferson's name into Philadelphia. I could definitely see him going to Minnesota, which I think if you're Minnesota is a huge steal to replace Stephon Diggs. Justin Jefferson, a lot of talent on that kid from LSU. Winning culture, play with Joe Burrow. Might be a bit of a downgrade with Kirk Cousins, debatably, if he does get picked by the Vikings, which we will find out in just a second.
Well, you have to think it's probably Justin Jefferson. I think he's the best available player for them in terms of filling a need, and maybe even the best prospect available. I think you have guys like Kenneth Murray, I should say, linebacker out of Oklahoma. I had them also taking Jalen Johnson, a cornerback, to replace Xavier Rhodes, who we didn't mention earlier in terms of what Indy's done. They bring in Xavier Rhodes as well.
Really if you want to talk about Indy, I'll talk about Indy.
Let's hear it. What are your thoughts on
All right,
Indy's
this
moves?
offseason, Indy, I love it. Chris Ballard once again has done nothing but positivity and great moves for the Indianapolis Colts organization. You get Phillip Rivers on a one-year contract, a future Hall of Famer who reunites with Frank Reich. I think that's a phenomenal move. Don't get me wrong. I think Jacoby Brissett showed incredible amount of posure. I think he definitely was given a hard season, given the fact that Marcus Johnson was one of his top targets. Zach Pascal became one of his top targets. Like T.Y. went down, Eric Ebron went down. Jacoby Brissett was even injured, and he found out he was a starting quarterback a month before the season even started. So you got to give a lot of credit and a lot of respect to Jacoby. But Indianapolis is a city, or is a town, or I should say, that wants a winning team. We haven't felt like we've been, thank you very much. We haven't felt like we've been a Super Bowl contending team. We had luck for a few years where we really thought that, but we had a lot of missing pieces. And now we're finally on the right track. You've got arguably one of the best defensive lines in the game. So how are you going to build that winning team? And that's by bringing people.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you look at Melvin Gordon's hair right now?
Oh my God, I don't want to.
It's just dreads, but it's like the weirdest dreads. He's got one blonde dread, and then the rest is just out of place. Sorry to interrupt.
Totally fine. As I go back on this Indianapolis Colts rant, which I'd waited 22 picks to go for. You get Xavier Rhodes, a veteran cornerback that's only going to help Rocky Sin, only going to help with Kenny Moore. We did lose Pierre Desir, but when you replace him with Xavier Rhodes, that's a really good replacement, in my opinion. You get DeForest Buckner, an unbelievable, arguably one of the best young defensive linemen besides Aaron Donald in the game. And then you bring in Trey Burton. I think Trey Burton is a great addition. You have him with Jack Doyle. He's familiar with Frank Reich. If you guys remember the Philly special at all, little play that may have beat the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl. You now got a team that I think Chris Ballard loves, Frank Reich loves, and can go out into a division that is arguably depleted, given the fact that Hopkins left, Jalen Ramsey left, AJ Boye left. I have no faith in Ryan Tannehill. I think that was an absolute fluke, and I will gladly go on the record and say that. I think he came in and did very minimal. I think Derrick Henry should have got more money than he did. He got franchise tag, which is an absolute rip-off and completely disrespectful, because I think he was the biggest reason why they went as far as they did, because he actually established the run game. So I'm very confident with my Colts as I'm representing TY and the 2014 draft or 2012 draft hat on my head. I really think the Colts, as Sam's watching me just go on this absolute tyrant of a rant. I think the Colts almost are, I wouldn't say it's in the bag, but it's a no-brainer to me that we're winning this division. And I think if you're teams like Buffalo and Kansas City, who, mind you, Indianapolis was one of the 4 teams that beat Kansas City last year, you're a little worried. Like, this is a defensive team that even just their offense as well, like, this is a team that you got to watch out for, because, I even think last year we were playoff contending, given all of our setbacks, given our injuries, given Andrew Luck retiring. And that's my 15th burp. We got the Minnesota Vikings pick. I went through my rant, so I'm now happy and content.
Roger Goodell, Vikings. Oh, look, you can see my arm going into one.
Are going to take.
I gotta think it's Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson. I mean, I'm good at reading lips. I'm just really good.
I think that could be a new profession.
Maybe reading lips. I think that's what they're pointing for. So we had Stu Wilson on earlier in the night. He talked about, when we asked him, how do you think all these people have the hats for the thing? Because it's so easy when they just give them a hat when, the NFL draft is actually taking place live and in person. But he made the point that it was probably that all the teams or all the first round pick probables got a 30 pick. The Patriots trade picks with the Chargers. So we have our second trade. The Patriots are moving up to 23. That's an interesting move. But Justin Jefferson they're moving down. You're right. From the bathroom, making the call. The Patriots were on the clock. I'm just looking at now. The Chargers move back into the first round and then get a pick. Bill Belichick obviously is a big proponent of drafting well and getting as many draft picks as possible. Minnesota Vikings, who will have another pick in about 2 or 3 more picks, will be picking probably someone on the defensive side. Xavier McKinney still on the board. I don't think New England goes there. The Chargers. I had Cole Kmet, the tight end of Notre Dame, going to New England. So maybe they feel that moving back in the second round, they could still get him. Justin Jefferson was probably Joe Burrow's favorite target. So I think that's a very exciting move for them. I'm curious where they're going to go. They could go Uter Gross Mitos, the edge rusher out of Penn
Can you
State.
say that name again, please?
Uter? Yetur? If you have a name that you don't know how to say, it's Uter Gross Matos. He could be the edge rusher to help, replace Kyle Van Noy there. You have Joshua Jones, offensive tackle there. You have Patrick Queen, linebacker out of LSU. I really don't know where the Chargers are going to go on this pick. I keep talking as if it's New England. It's the Chargers who have now moved up to the 23rd pick. We'll find out the details.
Do they go for Xavier McKinney to have him alongside Derwin James?
Ooh,
that's a scary.
That is a very big.
But
big
I want to know, where was the Chargers?
Chargers gave up their second and third round picks to move up to get 23rd. So the Patriots no longer a first round a team with the first round pick, but they will have multiple second round picks and multiple third round picks. So
and if you're a Pats fan, a lot of people were thinking they were going to go quarterback with number 23. People had them connected to Jake Fromm or Jordan Love. And to see them trade it, you're either thinking that you can get those quarterbacks down the road, or you're really trying to, build or rebuild, I guess, with Bill Belichick. So, I mean, this is back-to-back years where the Pats have traded first-round picks, whether to move up or to move down. Last year they got Nikhil Harry.
Yeah, and we're coming up onto pick 23 of 32, so we're in that home stretch. I think these picks are coming a lot sooner, but the Patriots trade, and we'll listen to Schefter. It's the 2022nd round pick, a 2023rd round pick. So we've gone two trades. We've seen the Buccaneers trade up one pick with the 49ers, and now we've seen the Chargers move back in after taking Justin Herbert in the first round, 6th overall, to take the 23rd overall pick. Seth, Xavier McKinney, definitely the best player on the board. Head coach Anthony Lynn and Tom Telesco, the general manager, working hard on getting back into the first round pick. This is a solid move for the Chargers. If they take Xavier McKinney, you add that with Chris Harris and Derwin James. Talk about Legion of Boom. Those are three solid secondary players to go along with Joey Bosa and Melvin Ingram on the defensive line. So we'll see what this pick is going to be. They take quarterback. I think they're pretty much set at every offensive position. Maybe offensive line. I could see them going with a guy like Joshua Jones, maybe Isaiah Wilson out of Georgia. Those could be a couple choices that I would choose if it wasn't defensively.
Is that Bosa's jersey that he said? Well, helmet, but like this number is what I meant to say. What I find very interesting about this move is you've got to be certain.
The general manager's got a surfboard.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You've got to be certain that you know exactly who you want, because giving away your second and third round pick, that's a lot of currency in the NFL. That is we saw DeAndre Hopkins go for a second and a fourth. So to give away your second and your third,
not
Jordan Love. That's a very
interesting. It's not Jalen Hurts.
So, here we go. But here we go. Roger Goodell announcing the pick.
Let's see
yet again.
Los Angeles Chargers the list with the 23rd round pick. No, Kenneth Murray, inside linebacker out of Oklahoma. That is a very good pick, actually. So you're going to have him with Melvin Ingram and Chris Harris. And so we knew they were going defense. And this is a guy who actually saved a woman's life last year with CPR. He learned that at the age of 12. And the guy who is a really, really solid player out of Oklahoma. I think this is actually a solid move. Xavier McKinney is sliding down to at least number 24. Maybe the Saints grab him at 24. But I think this is a good move. Kenneth Murray going up a couple picks earlier to the Philadelphia Eagles, who obviously had to address their wide receiver situation. But this is a move in which they're going to bolster their defense with guys like Melvin Ingram and Joey Bosa around them, with Derwin James and Chris Harris in the secondary. It's a solid move. I'd probably grade it a B minus. It wasn't the move I would make, but this is a guy who played on Alabama on their stout defense and is going to be a really, really solid pick for the Los Angeles Chargers. So if I had to grade the Chargers right now,
as we bring in Griff.
Oh, Griff, welcome back.
How's it going, boys?
Griffin back here as he changed his jersey yet again, knowing the pick that's coming up. Griff, when we were with you last, we couldn't get Downey. Downey's on his stream right now. He really wanted Isaiah Simmons. Do you think making that trade with the second and third round pick to move up for Kenneth Murray is the right move?
No. I mean, I don't know. I don't know a lot about Kenneth Murray, but when was their next pick? Were they picking what, like 10 picks or something?
No, in the second round. Yeah, they traded their second and third round picks for this.
Okay, so they're what, 23? They were probably picking at they were picking 30. What was the number they're at?
38, sorry.
They played the 14 picks, and you're giving up a third? I don't like it. No, like a third round pick can be big, right? Like I'd rather pick 2 of those than just all of it to move up this much. But I mean, if that's their evaluation, I don't like it. I mean, I'm sure they had some reason for doing it, but I don't like it.
Look,
I mean, there's so much variability at the time that you get to this point in the draft, right? Like 10 spots if it's like the 5th or the 15th pick, but at 25, like 24 and like 38. Some of those players are almost the same, I feel, right? Like
now, mind you, this is the guy, obviously Isaiah Simmons led the charge when it came to inside linebackers, and not including outside linebackers like Chase Young, but this is a guy that a lot of people had as like one of their top 3 linebackers. So, I mean, and that's a need for the Chargers.
And my point being is that you don't make a trade to give up, as Seth mentioned, the currency that you gave up, the second and third round pick, to move back into the first round, unless you're really adamant on getting some player that you have your eye on. And I think Kenneth Murray is a first-round talent. So I definitely think that he wasn't there in 14 picks. So I'll disagree with you on that front. I'd probably give them a B- in terms of what they've done on day one of the NFL draft. Getting a guy like Kenneth Murray, I think is going to help them. He's going to be a guy that you can play day one. And then Justin Herbert, obviously we had some talks about that earlier, some questions. Mike Downey was not thrilled with that pick, but I still think that he was the third best quarterback to choose from. So that being said, I think a solid B- for the Chargers, who are moving on from the Philip Rivers era, who are trying to stay competitive in an AFC West with the reigning Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. I think adding a guy like Kenneth Murray is going to help at least, cover a guy like with his speed, Travis Kelce.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a weird draft for that with people all over. Some people have said it's been hard to get good evaluations on players, really, with some people not having pro days, some people, So if that's what they evaluate, and there have been some steals in this draft or some players that have slipped, and if they really think if they value that player as a mid-first, right, or even better, and they're saying we can get this here, and they feel solid all around. It's also not like they're a terrible football team. Like they're not full of holes. Like if it was the Dolphins have a lot of picks, but if it was someone that really needed a bunch of picks, then it wouldn't be smart, right? But I think they must be feeling like, all right, we feel that we're not that many pieces away, but that's the main piece on defense, and yeah, then it's not, it's not a. I mean, I think it's bold, but I think it could pay off.
But when you put it into perspective, and this is what I was just saying to Sam before you were able to join on, when you look at DeAndre Hopkins, he went for a second and fourth. So this is a second and third to move up. And it really puts things, to me at least, into perspective because, DeAndre Hopkins is arguably the best receiver in the game. So to see what that currency is in the draft to move up to picks, we'll see what Kenneth Murray is going to do for the Chargers, but it seems a little hefty.
Yeah, and you know what? Other than Xavier McKinney, I think Kenneth Murray was the best talent on the board. So, as I mentioned earlier, he's the first, he's a first-round pick. So to move up, I think it's a smart move for the Chargers. You're saying they don't have a lot of holes. This is a team that's picking 6th overall this year, or picked 6th overall this year, Griff. So they definitely had a lot of problems. They gave up their quarterback of 17 years in Philip Rivers. So you know, there's no hiccup.
We said this whole broadcast has been sponsored by burps and hiccups.
But I mean, weren't they a playoff team like 2 years ago? They almost had the best record in the. That's what I'm saying. It's like obviously they're not great, but it's not like they're like have nothing.
Well, yeah, right? 2 years ago they beat Baltimore in Baltimore and then murdered by New England. So, the Chargers have the pieces, and if they can stay healthy, I'm not a huge fan of Anthony Lynn. And I'll be honest with you, I think Anthony Lynn is one of the weaker head coaches in the league. And when you should go for it on fourth down, he does it. And when it's like 4th and 9, he's like, all right, let's go for it.
Okay.
What are you doing, Anthony Lynn? So I think the Chargers with their redid jerseys, adding a couple players that are solid prospects, if they can hit on both of them, that would be awesome. Las Vegas has made a couple big moves so far in the draft. Kansas City has yet to draft. And then Denver obviously getting Jerry Jeudy. That was a big move for them as well. So, this is an AFC West that's going to be competitive for a couple of years now going forward. And I think that the Chargers see themselves as kind of in that, not a full rebuild, but in that mid to, we're not almost there yet, but we're still rebuilding kind of thing.
Yeah. I think with the middle linebacker too, like that's such a central, like this is the centerpiece of our defense, right? Is what you're hoping is all right, like pass game, run game, all 3 downs, like compared to like if it's going to be a position which you're like, hey, we really want this like at here, then I think, for the middle linebacker position, then I think it's something where you can get really good value out of that compared to say a corner, a piece on the line or something, right? So they're really hoping like this is going to be a huge piece on our defense, and he slipped. And yeah, I mean, he was how many linebackers were taken before him, like middle, like inside.
We get that information just after New Orleans Saints announced this guy is crying hard. It could be this guy. This guy's crying hard. Like
I gotta imagine. Or else he's just crying.
I'm not going in the draft.
But this is Viking on the phone. Who was it?
I'm on such a lag here. I'm not even at. I'm at commercial still.
No, he's just been given a Saints hat. I don't know who this is. They haven't said his name.
That's the only problem with muting it.
Cesar Ruiz. That was my pick for Miami, the center out of Michigan. So we went to a Michigan game last year. This guy's actually pretty solid. I'd probably say he's the best center that was available. So I think, sorry, I was laughing. He was crying so hard. But, this is a nice moment being with their family in their own homes. I actually had Miami taking Cesar Ruiz. This guy is out of Michigan. We went to a Michigan game against Central Michigan. It was our opening week, and it was not a great game, but the atmosphere at the Big House was unlike anything that we've ever been to. Seth actually posted a TikTok about some of the stuff that we did, and actually that was in Dallas and India.
I was at the Big House actually, I think 3 years back against Minnesota. I actually saw them play Femicol. Femicol got snaps in the 4th,
really?
Which was wild. And I'm telling everyone, I tackled this kid in high school. He got snaps in the 4th for Minnesota, which is wild. He got the ball.
High school, but we beat him. But
so it was wild. But no, it is a great answer. And I mean, Michigan is they actually, if they do one thing well, their O line's actually been good. They underachieve at everything. But yeah, I did see some mocks with him to Miami, so that'll be.
It took me about 5 touchdowns to get the celebration chant perfect. Mind you, I was a few beers deep, but I just kept trying. We had this couple behind us, and they were just like, "You got it the next time. Just do it this way. Teach me it." And I said, "I couldn't do it."
Yeah, this is how banged up we were. The game was supposed to start at like 4. And then got pushed back because of lightning and storms to 8. But we started tailgating at 1.
Were you at the golf course?
Yeah, we were on the golf course.
How cool is that?
Unreal. So cool. Because we were lost. We're like, there's not a parking lot. Like, where the hell are we going to go? And then everyone's like, just follow us. And we're like, where are you going? The golf course. And we thought it was just like a bunch of losers just like going to go drink on them. Like, oh, shit. Like, this is sick. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we were just literally taken there. We're just like, oh, is this where everyone's supposed to be? Because like they told us they were like hole 7 or whatever, and then like hole 8 and 9 is where like the actual party was. We're like, holy fuck, how is this allowed to happen?
That's crazy, man. No, someone's just like, they make so much more money from just renting out spots 8 days of the year than the course. That they don't even care that the course is just like imagine golfing. There's just tire tracks, like beer cans, and just like garbage.
I saw people shit in like the bushes and like puke, and it was just like, how is this allowed? There's no way you're working at this golf course and loving your life right now, because you know after every Saturday it's just a shit show.
Yeah, like walking around all the frat houses, all playing it was such a cool experience. Like imagine every Saturday morning just being like that in a university town, just being like everyone just out front and shit.
Nothing we got at Brock. We had no football.
We had our same hats and Coco.
We have a trade alert?
Vikings trade their pick. The 49ers.
Whoa, we got a trade
49ers
alert.
probably.
I love this. Is my favorite button to click out of all of it.
So we have our third trade. The 49ers had the 31st pick. Are probably going to trade up and move up to get 25th pick from Minnesota. But this is.
What's their angle on this? Like, what are they going for?
Could it be Xavier McKinney? Like, this guy's dropped. Dax Prescott's brother Jace died today. Oh, that's really sad. Shit. It was great. It was with great sadness and support that we shared the news of the passing of Jace Prescott today. Loss of time, Dax Prescott is devastating our league at this incredibly difficult time. The Prescott family asked for your.
Does anyone know? Was it related to
Corona?
Yeah.
No idea. That's sad. Well, I didn't mean to bring everyone down, but I was just on Seth, and I just saw I tweeted that.
What an interesting face to him. They won a wide receiver. That makes sense.
What was the trade? Let's see if Seth did. We'll probably take Brandon Ayuk out of Arizona.
I mean, Griff, we haven't talked to for a few picks. Sam went nuts for CeeDee Lamb.
Oh,
absolutely loved that pick for Dallas. Tell me about what you thought. I believe it was at 18, Austin Jackson, getting that lineman from Miami as you've now switched back to your Miami.
So, okay, this is the one part of the draft that I always find really tough is like trying to know anything about linemen, because realistically, you'd have to like one, be good enough to like recognize what a good lineman is just from watching a game and like just watch that and watch a lot of college football. I think a lot of people don't watch nearly enough to be able to really have like opinions on that stuff.
So,
but from what I get online,
Griff, we got the San Fran pick in. Oh, that was quick. The 49ers actually trade a lot. They traded their 31st, the 117th pick and the 176th pick just to get this 26th pick. So it's got to be for wide receiver. I think it's going to be the guy out of Arizona, Brandon Ayuk, as I just mentioned. He's a good talent, and I think he's going to be really explosive with Deebo Samuel. But sorry to cut you off there. Go ahead, Griff.
Right. So it looks like they went for the ceiling and not the floor. Like there were other people that would have been sure bets. They think he has the potential, and there's something that he could be good. But
yeah, he had 81 in wingspan, which is the longest of any player that was under 6 feet in combine history. So this guy, like, literally grabbed the ball from almost any place on the field. So I like this guy. I had New Orleans taking him before they took Cesar Ruiz, the center out of Michigan. But this is a good move for the 49ers, who obviously need to address. They are going to take, Wirfs, a great lineman out of Iowa, and now they're taking a good wide receiver out of Arizona. So those are my.
San Fran took Kinlaw. Maybe they took Kinlaw.
Right.
They replaced Buckner. I only know that because I thought the Colts were going to draft Kinlaw. Then we traded for Buckner, and I was pumped. So to see San Fran take Kinlaw,
Wirfs went to Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wrote that down, but yeah, Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. So they go defense in the first, with their first pick, and then they go with their wide receiver, a very fast and quick player, with their second first-round pick.
And so, Griff, you made a really valid point where I find a lot of people, when they look at drafts, and especially when it comes deeper to the draft, no one actually really watches college football enough to have a good, like, people who go based on, I'm talking about, like, fans. I'm talking about people who are watching the NFL who go based on what they think their team needs rather than what's actually relevant when it comes to some of these players and some of these athletes.
And it's so easy to just get like, I saw one game. Like, even for me, like I really like watching college football. I'll watch like 3 or 4 games a weekend, but even that is not enough to really like give a report on a receiver, right? So I don't know. You kind of like get a consensus online. I think you hear one scout give it like a few 1-2 scouts give a scouting report. Everyone's like, oh, this guy's this because they've read like 2 or 3 things. So especially for linemen, it's tough. But what I heard from him is that he's got upside, but people think that he wasn't going to go in the first round. But I've also heard that the projections for this year are so all over the place, more than other years because of the circumstances, right? So
it definitely makes it tougher.
So I don't know. I think lineman is always, and also it's so hard to actually see a result for lineman, right? Like it's hard to look and be like, oh, has he been good or bad? Like you hear a bit of media go either way.
You're the Dolphins right now. Do you take Xavier McKinney or do you take DeAndre Swift? Or do you take
Cole Kmet, the tight end of Notre Dame, who's the best tight end on the board?
Oh, like I really like DeAndre Swift. I don't know if they should go running back here. Like running back in the first is such a bold move, right? Like
where they do still have their second round pick too, but like
they do, and they've got a lot of things. So that's where they're at the mercy where they can really do whatever because they don't have to worry about not having picks, right? I don't know. I think defense could probably use a bit. The O-line, I mean, Sam, you thought they were going Ruiz here, right, originally?
Yeah, so I had them taking Ruiz, obviously. I think, you go with maybe the best player available, but, that could be Xavier McKinney and really help that secondary with Howard and Byron Jones. Or you take Cole Kmet to give Tua another weapon at tight end.
For me, I mean, I'm the type of person, I think defense, you can just kind of like plug in players that fit your system that aren't necessarily high on other people's lists. But I think for O-line, you kind of just have to get the best talent there, right? So I don't mind spending high capital, especially they already spent a pick on a maybe risky O-line, like build that up and use your higher picks on that. You have enough late picks that you can kind of just dink and dunk and find these players and hopefully they fit into your system, right? So, like you said, it's not like they're short on picks. I mean, a lineman, you always want a more exciting pick. Like a lineman's always like very, very difficult to. It's like doing the response. It's like not drinking too much. It's like I didn't respond so big.
Unless you take Zach Martin or Quentin Nelson.
I have to say, I was in Cuba when the Colts drafted Quentin Nelson, and I know exactly where I was. It was right before I blacked out that night, and I do not. I went nuts, and everyone there looked at me at this resort like, one, who is this guy? And 2, who celebrates for an offensive lineman? Because there's a bunch of Americans there too.
Yeah.
And I think that this changes the culture of our team. We're going to protect Andrew Luck, who then retired a few years later. I was so excited.
Well, and let's be honest, he did the best touchdown celebration I've ever seen.
That got nullified.
That's fair. I do remember that. I remember that.
That was so cool.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'll really be disappointed with whatever they go. I mean, they've got so many holes. It's not like, oh, why didn't you do that? I mean, the main thing with it is just they have so many picks that it's just they're gonna hit a few. You'll hit and miss, but you just have so many. Right? As long as you don't like completely fuck up, and that's why like even seeing them reach and stuff, it's just like they just. We'll see. It's a team with a lot of holes, right? It's a team with a lot of holes, and it's kind of. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways they could go.
My question for you, as we're 3.5 hours into the script, just for your information, we've done this live for 3.5 hours, having a lot of fun, having multiple beers. You were a Dolphins fan your whole life, decided, you know what, this team is going nowhere. I want to be a Cleveland Browns fan, as we saw you change your jersey. Obviously, you changed back, and we appreciate, the scenery. This was the draft. This was finally that year, given the trades that you made, where you can actually see a rebuild. You're two of the 3 picks. They're about to get the 3rd final pick of your first round. Are you happy? Do you think they're in that right step where they're finally making progress, especially with Tom Brady leading your division?
We're talking about a roller coaster of a year, right? From the start, it's like we got to suck. Everyone knew that. And the first 8 games, they put on the most obvious tank job in the history of the NFL. And then at that point, it was
one to give up.
Yeah, it was at that point, it was tank for Tua, right? And then now everyone's like, oh, we're fucking this up. We won. Shit, we won again. Guys, like stop, like actively cheering against winning.
Philadelphia Eagles on the great
nowadays
play.
now it ends up, it's like if someone told you week 1, you'll get Tua, people would be like, fucking right. It's just an injury, right? So that's actually like the injury was like, oh, okay, we have a quarterback that we can get excited about as much as he's injury prone. We get excited about the rest of the picks that they did. I think it's a good step to see. I mean, now it's like, hey, they have a shot to be solid. Like if he doesn't get hurt, they have a lot of other picks. So for me, I mean, the condition was 1, Brady had to be out of the division.
Just traded the pick.
They just traded away? I'm down. I like this a lot. I really, really like this.
Get more assets.
I love it. I mean, I wasn't even thinking that, but like, I'm down.
So the Packers are now on the clock.
Okay, so let's compare this to the pick before with just like what the price is, right?
Can you replace HaHa?
Okay, so wait, what was the last when they traded 24? What was the price for that?
Green Bay gave up the 30th pick and their 4th round pick for this pick. That's not a lot.
But then what was the price for the pick 2 before that?
So Minnesota got the 25th pick. So the Niners got the 25th pick for the 31st, the 117th, and the 176th. So they got 2 fourths on that one. And this one was just a 1st and a 4th. So they're still going to have a 1st round pick.
But what was the one where they got the 2nd and the 3rd? Because wasn't that about, or I guess that was a much
No, that was the Chargers. Yeah, the Chargers traded the 2nd and the 3rd for the 22nd, I believe.
I mean, that's 3 very different values.
It was the Pats. Yeah.
That's 3 very different values for picks that are really close.
And it's what's the most interesting about that 3 different values. Each trade happened before the other, right? So the 23rd was like, all right, 2nd and 3rd. And then the 25th got traded. Yeah. And the 25th was a 1st and a 3rd and 2 fourths. And then now we have a 4th and a 5th.
So I'm not looking at them all in front of me, but what's the worst one out of those? Like just looking at the numbers, like just taking a look at all 3, like what looks to be the one that was the worst price?
176 is actually the 6th round pick. So the Niners got, I can't do the math. The Niners got the 1st, a 4th, and a 6th for the 25th. The 23rd went for a 2nd and a 3rd, and this one was a 1st and a 4th. So you're right. But let's see what the Packers take with this pick, the 26th pick. That was the Miami Dolphins. The Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love. They did take Jordan Love. Wow, they're just the exact same cycle. You got Brett Favre, you got Rodgers, and now you get Jordan Love.
They were
Love. I mean, you're gonna be playing under Aaron Rodgers for another 5 years. What the fuck?
Okay, wait. So I have a question then. Were they calling the teams before that, and that bumped up the price? Were they trying, and they're like, "Hey, I have multiple offers for 23, multiple offers for 25." Right? Like they must have been not just trying for this pick, right? They must have been going for that before. Maybe that bumped up the price of those previous picks.
Fuck, I have no idea. I thought a lot of people thought the Colts were going to trade up and get Jordan Love at some point, or draft them in the 2nd round. That is probably the most bizarre pick of the draft.
I just wonder if they were
Aaron Rodgers when they had Brett Favre. No, Brett Favre was on his way out, though. Aaron Rodgers still has another 5 years. He just went to the NFC Championship game. I don't even know what to say. Matt LaFleur loves this. Aaron Rodgers is like, get me the fuck out of Green Bay right now.
That's wild, man. Jordan Love is the guy that they were that ready to. I guess they didn't give up. They gave up essentially a 4th.
You're trading up to get a quarterback. Like, do you have your team that was a win away from the Super Bowl, and you're trading for a guy that's not going to start on your roster for at least 3-4 years, probably more?
Is the only thing they're losing? It's only the 4th, right? The other one's just a swap. Like they're only losing the 4th round pick.
You still get the 1st, yeah. Yeah. So Miami's going to be picking in about 5 picks. But the thing is, a part of me loves it because, like, again, coming from the Chris Ballard, Indianapolis Colts, the more you throw out the dartboard, the more you get better players. Like that is. But to only get a 4th for that 6th pick move up, you could have squeezed at least like a 3rd next year or something more. especially for a quarterback, if they're picking it, like you could have squeezed more, man.
Yeah, I guess Miami was just like, fuck it, we'll just take the extra picks because that's just what they've been about, right? Like, give us all the picks.
No, I think that's a great move for Miami. I think you gain an extra pick. You already have multiple picks. You're not losing a first round pick.
We were all discussing, like, none of us were like, oh, they have to go here, right? Like, none of us were saying they have this hole that they have to go. We're like, they all have a bunch of holes and they want a bunch of pieces, and that's fine, right? Like, that's fine.
And now I'm thinking, if you're Seattle, how do you not take Xavier McKinney?
Yeah, he slipped.
Okay,
so I just what I'm wondering, like, how long did Green Bay try to do that? Did they just decide that now, or were they trying to get those earlier picks?
I think a part of them was like Jordan Love would be a great replacement. I disagree with you only in the sense that I think Matt LaFleur wants his quarterback to groom. That's not Aaron Rodgers. That's not going to tell him what's going on. Aaron Rodgers is going to have one more year where he's going to groom his next Pat Mahomes, like Alex Smith, and then Jordan Love's going to take over.
Well, and Ian Rappaport just tweeted out 2 minutes ago that the Packers secretly have been covering Jordan Love since day one.
Wow.
So
this is the Patty Mahomes of the draft. A lot of people have been saying that.
So the Dolphins get pick 30 and pick 136 for the 26th pick being Jordan Love.
Who would have are there people that would have picked a quarterback after them? Because the Dolphins sure as shit weren't.
Seattle, obviously
New England?
not. Baltimore, no. Tennessee, no.
I guess New
England traded out of the first round.
They traded out, though. Minnesota, no.
This is what I mean. Why? Like, who did they think was going to take him?
Point. Unless they thought that someone else was going to trade Miami for that pick. That's the only way I could see that happen.
But even why would someone else? Like, who was going to?
The Colts easily could have.
So here's a fun fact that Albert Breer just tweeted. Brett Favre was 35 when the Packers drafted Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers is now 36 when they decide to pick Jordan Love.
That's the cycle.
It's a cycle. So they're not taking Xavier McKinney. I think that is a big mistake for a team that was a win away. But I think
Seattle.
They're thinking about the future. And Susie Cobbler is talking to Jordan Love with a pretty cool hat on. I would definitely say that. I definitely think that Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show today and said, we haven't picked a skilled player in the first round 15 years, so that would be kind of cool. Rodgers says whoever the pick is will track down his phone number and welcome him to the team. The Packers don't trade out.
He's gone next year. 100%.
That was Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show saying that he wanted to pick a skilled player in the first round. Well, you picked the skilled player at your position. Aaron Rodgers, and this is a question, I guess, when does Aaron Rodgers' contract go up? Do they try and trade him? Who would trade for Aaron Rodgers at the age of 37, 36?
That's a very good point.
Brady also just signed in Tampa Bay. Like, I feel like that's kind of irrelevant. If you're in a win-now mentality, as we have Seattle's pick in, if you're in a win-now mentality, Aaron Rodgers is your guy. I think it's definitely going to be an interesting year because there is a culture effect to what has just happened. And Aaron Rodgers, I love the guy, but he does have an ego to him. He does have this, even when the coach Matt LaFleur came in, like it was Aaron Rodgers' offense.
And Rodgers is signed. So just to let you know, Rodgers is getting paid $15 million with a $12 million signing bonus next year. This year he's getting I think $21 million. Next year's $36 million. And then he signed for 2022 and 2023. So he will be 39 when he's a free agent. The question becomes, do you take Rodgers for this year and next year and then trade him in 2022? That's the question. This is definitely they're showing the meme of Rodgers when he throws the iPad or the Samsung tablet. That is a shocker if I've ever seen one. And then there's another meme of the Jordan documentary when the guy asked Michael Jordan, "Can I get a hug too?" And Jordan just looks at him. Every tweet right now is the fact that Jordan Love is picked right there.
I just question the logic on a few fronts. Like, one, why do you need it? Two, why do you need to trade up for it?
It's the trade part that really throws me off for sure.
You're telling me they didn't think that he was going to slip? That any of the guys in front?
I honestly think now that the more we're talking about it, Miami went to Green Bay, said, "Hey, like, have you gotten any offers?" And someone in Miami was just like, "Yeah, we've gotten a few for Jordan Love," and someone played them because they knew that they could do that.
You think Miami finessed someone? I don't think Miami finessed Green Bay. I don't think that.
I think Miami finessed Green Bay, man. I really do, because look at the next few picks. No one's taking a quarterback. Unless which is so arguable after the contract.
It's that CeeDee Lamb's girlfriend is sitting beside him, and she goes to get his phone. He goes, no. Someone's making fun that he probably had another side chick.
That's so funny.
But I think hopefully something comes out tomorrow, kind of like it'll be hard to get it, but some of kind of explaining why they did it. Of something. I'm sure there has to be some reason of, we thought someone, like you said, maybe they thought them thinking someone else was going to trade, because you have to look at all those teams. They're all playoff teams, right? Like, I don't think any of those are old.
With quarterbacks for the
quarterbacks.
You could have taken Jordan Love at 30.
That's what the argument is. Exactly. I think Miami finessed them. This is the most confident I've ever felt about Miami.
I don't think teams that have the pick call up. Like, teams call down and be like, "Hey, you're gonna move." I don't think Miami's like calling everyone.
I don't know. I feel like when you're at I don't know. That's such an interesting topic. It's like who started that call?
But
I gotta
see a pick in for Seattle. Is it Xavier McKinney?
As you have Mom, our Seattle Seahawks fan,
yeah, it came down at the perfect time. Seattle pick. With the 27th pick, the Seattle Seahawks.
My brother's been reading lips this whole time, and it's really impressive. Jordan. I don't know who that is.
No idea who that was. I thought it was going to be Joshua Jones.
I can't even. What position?
Linebacker.
Inside linebacker. For him and Bobby Wagner.
That makes no sense to me. You could have got Xavier McKinney here, and the fact that this guy's
fallen. Well, and they also brought back to Baltimore potentially. Would you tell me Baltimore can pick Xavier McKinney?
Oh my God.
That'd be scary.
They also brought back someone Seattle. Who was that? He used to be with them before, and they also signed Greg Olsen and Quinton Dunbar.
No word on Jadeveon Clowney, by the way.
Yo, Seth, I want to make it like, you think Miami trades out of that pick again at 30?
I mean,
you think some team makes like the Lamar Jackson move? I guess Jordan Love is that quarterback that was like the last decent quarterback in that tier, unless if someone moves in for like Jalen Hurts.
Fromm and Jalen Hurts.
I think I like Fromm, but it sounds like Fromm's going late rounds.
I would love. I mean, honestly, I see Indy taking a late round quarterback.
I love Fromm. I'm afraid he's going to go to the Pats, and they're going to turn him into the next Tom Brady, because it's just like, he's smart, he's accurate, he just doesn't have a big arm. You could be like, go here, do these things, don't make mistakes, and you do it.
Jordan Brooks is going to be with Bruce Irvin and Bobby Wagner. I mean, they don't really have a secondary, but I think that's a good inside middle linebacker and outside linebacker choice. So I'm surprised that they didn't go Xavier McKinney with him still being there. This is a guy who I thought was going to go in the top 15, and he's dropped down at least 28. You got Baltimore on the clock. Then you got Tennessee, Miami.
Miami's picking him if he gets there. You have to think, right?
Yeah.
So it's about, does Baltimore, Tennessee, or Seattle? I don't know where their needs are. So, I feel they're all solid defensively.
Griff, when I reached out to you, we definitely thought Miami was going to make a pick. They've obviously traded down, so we appreciate you staying on still. As we're at pick 28, can you tell us your best pick of the draft and your biggest steal of the draft? I'm going to put you on the hot seat, and you can take your time for this.
Well, we should all go around.
We should all go around and do this, Griff. But we're going to put Griff on the hot seat.
So with the best pick, you said, wait, what are the two things?
Who was we'll say your favorite pick of the draft, and who was your biggest steal?
Okay. Jeez, right on the spot. Honestly, like I like a lot of the receivers in the draft. To be, I think just position wise, Justin Jefferson at 22, like that's a big steal. Like he is. Some people are saying he's one of the better receivers in the class. And then another one was actually, what do you call it? Even the Browns pick. The Browns and Buccaneers, or the Buccaneers getting Wirfs at 13. Some people thought he was number one. Some people thought he was the best tackle. They managed to get that at 13. I was really, really impressed with that. So I'd say those are my two, my two notable picks. And then like surprise, I don't know if you have, but like that's love, like for sure. That's just completely that, and the trade is just completely out of the blue.
Yeah, no, for sure.
No, I definitely will echo you and say that Tristan Wirfs is going to be the steal of the draft, and he's going to be covering Tom Brady, and for them to trade up and get him just even one spot, I think that was really good. I also really thought that the Cardinals taking Isaiah Simmons was a huge steal as well. So those would to be my two steals. In terms of my favorite pick, I'm gonna be biased here. I'm gonna take CeeDee Lamb. I mean, I legit watched like a half an hour of his highlight tape. Dude, like if Dallas could somehow get him with Gallup and Cooper and Zeke, and Dak and everyone just kind of flowing, I would say that was probably my favorite pick of the draft. But I also really thought, and you know what, I'll put it out there for the Dolphins for Tua. I think that Tua for the Dolphins, getting that franchise quarterback. Obviously, we knew Joe Burrow was going to go number one, so no surprise there. But for Miami to get that guy, probably the best quarterback they've ever had since Dan Marino, and for him to come in, I'm very excited to see what he's capable.
The pick excites me just because in sports, stuff has to go right to win, right? Like everything has to go right to win a championship, anyways, right? So for him, if everything goes right, he's a stud. Right, and that's just like it's not a lot of players you can say, hey, like he could be fucking amazing. Some players you can say they'd be good. For him, it's like, hey, like, he has that potential, which I just think is so. You have to take risks sometimes, right? So I think it's a smart risk, and not a lot of good other quarterback options. So I like it. What about you, Seth?
So for me, I would say the biggest steal, and I guess it's not technically a steal when you think about the pick number, but I think Isaiah Simmons falling to 8. I had him as a top 3, top 5 talent. Obviously, it's definitely the top 5 changes based on need, but I think Isaiah Simmons for an Arizona team that had a lot of heavy offensive hitters, this was what they needed. Arizona, you think about when they were in the Super Bowl with Larry Fitz and Kurt Warner, they had a solid defense at that time. And I think to have someone that, I don't remember, even when the Colts drafted Darius Leonard, I didn't realize his coverage. I don't remember seeing a linebacker play zone the way I saw Isaiah Simmons do.
I wonder if this is Patrick Queen.
So that was my arguably favorite pick, but I would put right under that, I think Jerry Jeudy going to Denver. I really like that pick, considering, you had Cortland Sutton, who had a great season. Noah Fant looked really good, and Drew Lock looked good, but to add that talent of Jerry Jeudy, I think that's a really great move. John Elway obviously loved it.
I think it's Patrick Queen.
Are we going Patrick Queen here in the Baltimore pick?
Here's another stat for you. Jordan Love led college football last year with 17 interceptions. The only good news, the only player in the common draft era to lead college football in interceptions in his final season and to get selected in the first round, Dan Marino.
Wow. What I heard with him actually was that like they had a lot of turnover on offense. I think they had like 10 new, like only 1 or 2 returning starters. And he was a lot better the year before. I think he had 4 different offensive coordinators. Like it sounds like there's a lot of shit going on around him that wasn't ideal, and that he was better before. But I did hear that this year was definitely shaky for a first round pick that you traded up for.
For sure.
Well, I think Patrick Queen's going to go here, and I think getting a linebacker to go with Courtney Upshaw is going to be really good for the Baltimore Ravens after they lost. Who went to the Jets?
Mosley.
Yeah, CJ Mosley. So, I think that's probably where the pick's going to go.
Yeah.
And then Xavier McKinney's going to fall again.
You think the Dolphins could get him?
If they do, you're fucking laughing here.
I mean, Tennessee's got one ahead of you right now. With the 29th pick, 28th pick, the Baltimore Ravens select Patrick Queen. Yeah.
This is a good pick.
This is a good pick for the
Arguably, you can put him in the top 3 linebackers in this draft that fell.
Well, and now he's going to go play with Lamar and
he's on the defense.
No, yeah. But he's still Lamar's team. Clay Campbell, Peters.
They got a solid defense, man. No, for sure. If you're a Baltimore fan, though, you're looking at this team and you're like, I don't think we need anything on the offense considering last year. I think this is exactly where they should have went with their pick.
So what's Tennessee's biggest need here that they're trying to fill?
Could be safety.
I hope they trade it. I say they trade it. That's my bold play.
I don't think they're going to do anything. Maybe an offensive tackle in Joshua Jones to replace Tyler Conklin who left. And then you got what's his face, who I really like. He's up there in age. Taylor Lewin. So I think this guy's good too. He's very good. LSU.
Sideline to sideline.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that speed. Oh, that's a good highlight. God damn.
Yeah, I think Tennessee's probably going to go offensive line or Xavier McKinney in secondary. I think Baltimore probably gets to steal it. I think that's actually a really good pick. I had Patrick Queen going a lot earlier.
Is the McKinney drop the type of player that you just kind of disregard it, whatever you were going to do, and you just pick them, especially being a team that almost got to the Super Bowl last year?
You just think about needs, right? And especially in the NFL right now where you're having a lot of, inside linebackers play these nickel corners. And it really depends on system as well, right? So who needs the type of safety that Xavier McKinney brings to the table? I, as a Colts fan, would love having Xavier McKinney as my safety. I would hate for him to go to Tennessee because they already have a pretty solid secondary. But it's all systematic at this point when it comes to secondary.
Of course.
Well, we're down to the final 4 picks in the first round. We want to give a shout out to 96 Studios for helping put this together, and our guest Griff Stapley is coming on back-to-back time.
Thanks for having me on, boys.
Stu Wilson, who helped us open the show, Mike Downey and Steven Godina. It's been pretty exciting. LSU drafted players, 4 of them from the national championship team. And Joe Burrow, Cleveland Chason to the Jaguars, Burrow to the Bengals. We just saw Patrick Queen, and then Justin Jefferson, obviously, went a little bit earlier as well. So LSU well represented in the first round as expected. Where are these 4 picks going to go? You got Tennessee, Miami, Minnesota, and the Chiefs. I'm curious to see what Miami's going to do. Tennessee, are they going to trade it? Let's see if we get that trade alert. Right now, it's just been a very fun time. I think, John Harbaugh clapping and high-fiving on the guys. I think he gets a good pick there.
I think Miami would be willing to trade if someone would do it. I think at this point, they would trade. I think Miami would be willing to trade if someone wanted it out of this pick, especially with their pick next round, and just kind of stock up. I think they maybe they want McKinney, but if McKinney goes, they start making some calls. Because you have to think there's another team that's trying to sneak in that maybe doesn't have a pick for, 20 picks or something next round.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting as we are almost done the 2020 quarantine draft. Griff, how have you been managing during these crazy times? Are you in Niagara or are you?
No, so I got out of Brock pretty much right away. They closed. they literally, I was in a class. They said the classes were canceled mid-class. So we finished the class, got home, packed up all my shit, left, and then I went back a few days later just to get the rest of my stuff. But I've been home. I mean, I had the school, so I had online classes. Half my profs did it, half of them didn't. I've actually been working now. Draft betting is still a thing. But I have a home gym here. I have a bench and weights. and run. So I've been doing like 2 workouts a day. I've dropped like 15 pounds since the start of quarantine. So I've been really happy with that. So no, I've been holding up.
Opposite trajectory.
Yeah, and I was like compared to everyone else, I'm just gonna get out and it'll be kind of like even more. So no, it's cool. I mean, it's just
a guy in Canada working on the beach quad right now.
Yeah, exactly. But me and my dad, I mean, we down. So it's just that it's a pretty small place. Like there's one common area, and I see a lot of him. But like we get a lot. I don't hate him or anything, not yet, at least. So it's been chill. I mean, like school was a decent enough distraction. It was weird to study at home. Like I always study in the library, right? So it was just weird, studying. What about you? How have you guys been holding up?
Yeah, we've been doing well. I've been staying busy, man. Like things, especially with 96 Studios, have definitely been picking up, which has been super exciting. And with heads up,
Tua in the Dolphins jersey.
Oh wow! Wow.
I've been staying busy. Like we launched Daniel Carcillo's podcast on Monday, which was really exciting.
You guys, is that when you had the first one on the 420? What is that under? Is that on like iTunes or where do I have to go for that?
On Apple Podcasts, on Google Podcasts, Spotify, and YouTube.
What's it called?
Aaron Rodgers' beard. So the episode is called Post Traumatic Growth, but the podcast is called The Daniel Carcillo Journey. You can also check out the Instagram DC Journey _.
Okay.
We're actually doing a signed Daniel Carcillo jersey giveaway contest on that page.
Okay.
Basically, I would even just follow Daniel Carcillo. You can find
I've been following him actually. Yeah, I got some really interesting stuff for sure.
Thanks, Griff. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm gonna take that back. I just didn't so you could say it on here.
Ooh, Isaiah Wilson, lineman. Georgia for Tennessee.
Yeah, I said they're probably
Xavier McKinney Falls.
Okay, is there something about it? Like, is there a Laramie Tunsil gas?
I don't know.
On Xavier McKinney that people, or did they just not give a fuck? Is there some reason? You know what I mean? Is there something that people don't know?
Well, that's the toughest thing too, given this draft without the pro days, without the meetings.
Right?
Like, what's his IQ? I don't know.
Does he have a pending like felony or some shit? Like, I don't know. You honestly, no, but you seriously wonder. There's normally so much stuff going around. There's not as much stuff going around now, right? So I'm probably being crazy, but like you never know.
But let's say you draft Xavier McKinney right now, you get pumped up if you're a Dolphin fan, and then find out later that he might not be the smartest tool in the shed. But you think about your Frank Gore years, and you're like, maybe this will still work. Are you happy getting a safety? Like, is that your primary need right now?
I mean, it sounds like where was he projected to go? He was projected to go mid-first, right?
Top 15. Yeah. He was a top 15 projected pick.
And again, people freak out a bit about, but like Bama, like anyone out of Bama is just like they know how to win, right? You can't oversay. It's easy
to know why he dropped this far.
Yeah,
that's the thing, right? Like, is it just needs? I mean, but how many safeties have gone before him, right? I don't think there's a lot.
No, this guy from the Incredibles.
But no, seriously, there have been
drafted. It's just been cornered.
No, so that doesn't mean that there's something about what probably a team would, if they needed a safety, they
I guess, but like, we got Gabriel? Yeah, no, I didn't.
Man, no, I think honestly this is premature. But I think I wouldn't say they won the draft because they probably missed on 10 or missed on 18 a bit. But if they were able to get McKinney and Tua and Jackson at the that's impressive. Like that.
I would say, like, you had 18, knowing that you needed an offensive lineman. Like I couldn't imagine anyone better than Jackson. Maybe Caesar could have been better, but like half Pouncey, so it didn't make sense.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, it's I think they've been good. I think they have 2 picks in the second round tomorrow, right? Or do they have 3 now?
No, they traded for a 4th.
Oh, they traded for the 4th, yeah.
They have 2 or 3.
Listen, guys, sorry to interrupt. Aaron Rodgers says he's beside himself about the team's decision to draft a QB in the first round. Aaron feels betrayed. He was told by management that they would give him some weapons to throw to. Trouble brewing in Packerland.
Wow! You heard it live here at the 4-hour mark. Aaron Rodgers not happy.
Thing is, too, Aaron Rodgers is a known asshole. Like, he's just a known prick, right? Like, obviously, he's not going to say something like, I think it'll be good to have a younger prick. Like, no, he's not going to say anything that's, like, saving face at all. He's going to be like, fuck this guy.
You know, a lot of people could make this whole puppy reference where when you have an old dog, you get a new puppy to rejuvenate them. But you would think you'd be a bit more empathetic knowing his situation going into the NFL and how he came in with Brett Favre there. But nah, he just said straight